No.
My Lords, I'd like to start by thanking the House for hosting this important debate on Syria and the wider Middle East. I am aware that Syria is a topic that comes up regularly both in the Chamber and indeed in discussions with noble lords outside the Chamber. It's an issue in which people have a deep interest and on which noble peers have specific expertise. Therefore, this debate, my Lords, is timely and important. The conflict in Syria continues to worsen. As we speak, the people and city of Homs are being subjected to a renewed and brutal onslaught. The humanitarian situation continues to deteriorate by the day, and the gulf between the regime's priorities and those of the Syrian people grows ever wider. It is also clear that the murder, violence and repression with which demands for democracy and accountability have been met have serious implications, not only for the country's future, but also for wider regional and international security. At least 93,000 Syrians have been killed, more than 1.6 million are refugees in neighbouring countries, and 4.25 million, nearly a fifth of Syria's population, have been displaced within Syria itself. A year ago, 1 million people inside Syria needed humanitarian aid. The figure now is nearly 7 million. The UN assesses that by the end of the year, some 15% of Syria's population will have become refugees in other countries. Ordinary Syrians are facing an increasingly desperate plight at the hands of a brutal regime that has committed an ever-growing number of war crimes, from towns and cities across Syria under siege to forced displacement and the use of chemical weapons. All of this is having a profound impact on regional stability. The growing burden on Syria's neighbours, above all Lebanon and Jordan, both of whom are playing a vital humanitarian role in hosting hundreds of thousands of refugees, is becoming increasingly unsustainable. The intervention of increasing number of foreign fighters on the side of the regime has escalated the conflict and increased the risk of regional overspill. While individuals with links to the UK, as well as those from across the Middle East and well-known terrorist organisations, have also been travelling to Syria to fight the regime, with known terrorist organisations increasingly viewing the chaotic situation as an opportunity to further their own causes. It is in the UK's interest that these challenges to regional peace and stability are addressed, and our priority remains achieving a negotiated political solution to bring an end to the violence. Our efforts are therefore directed at actively supporting the US-Russia plan to convene an international conference in Geneva with both the opposition and the Syrian regime to seek a peaceful settlement. As my right honourable friend the Prime Minister has made clear, we are determined to overcome diplomatic differences and agree a way forward to help the Syrian people achieve the change they want. We used our G8 presidency to underline that efforts must be focused on the ultimate goal of a political resolution. This has not changed. This built on previous contacts between the Prime Minister and President Putin in Sochi with President Obama in Washington. They agreed that all our efforts must be focused on the ultimate goal of a political resolution. Strengthening an inclusive, credible and capable opposition is an important step towards laying the groundwork for a negotiated settlement. It can also contribute to saving the lives of ordinary Syrians and to ensuring accountability for human rights abuses. The UK has been at the forefront of the international community in providing non-lethal support to the Syrian opposition, committing £20 million to date. Our assistance to the moderate opposition includes vehicles with ballistic protection, body armour, trucks and forklifts, solar power generators and equipment to search for survivors in the aftermath of shelling. This has helped enable the National Coalition to develop structures that allow it to operate more effectively on the ground and to deliver assistance to Syrians in need as it develops into a credible alternative to the Assad regime. Our practical assistance has also included training to human rights activists to document human rights abuses and violations for a future accountability process, as well as building capacity for Syrian civil society. My Lords, at Lochern we agreed with our G8 partners $1.5 billion of new money for humanitarian support for Syria and its neighbours in response to the recent UN appeal for $5.2 billion. We are committed to doing all we can to aid the millions of civilians in Syria in desperate need of humanitarian assistance, and we will continue to urge our international partners to do likewise. At the G8, my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, announced an additional £175 million in humanitarian assistance, making this the largest single funding commitment ever made by the UK in response to a humanitarian disaster. Our total contribution now stands at £348 million. This will build on our existing support, which is providing food for thousands of people, water purification supplies and repairs to infrastructure, and medical consultations for the critically ill and sick. Over £100 million of this has been committed to addressing the needs of Syrian refugees and host communities in neighbouring countries, Lebanon and Jordan, both of whom have seen over 400,000 refugees cross their borders. The influx is increasing the political, economic and security pressures on both countries. There are now more than 500,000 refugees in Lebanon, equivalent to more than 10% of its population. In Jordan, the refugee camp at Zaatari is one of the largest in the world. It's now equivalent to one of Jordan's biggest cities. Along with our international partners, including Russia, we continue to press for access for neutral humanitarian agencies inside Syria, including through assistance across battle lines and borders. This is important because the regime has shown that so long as it entertains hopes of military victory, it is willing to accept any level of loss of life in Syria. We, along with other nations, are dedicated to halting the bloodshed, restoring international peace and security, bolstering those resisting the regime and promoting a transition in the process. The agreement to lift the EU arms embargo for the Syrian National Coalition sends a clear signal to the Assad regime that it has to negotiate seriously, and that all options remain on the table if it refuses to do so. We are encouraging the National Coalition to engage with the Geneva II process. We strongly welcome the Syrian National Coalition's declaration on the 21st of April, setting out their commitment to a free and democratic Syria and condemning all forms of extremism. My Lords, let me be clear. No decision has been taken to provide lethal support to the opposition. And as my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, has made clear, if we were to pursue this, it would be in coordination with other nations, in carefully controlled circumstances, and in accordance with our obligations under national and international law. He has also made clear that Parliament would be engaged before any such decision was put into action, and the House would not be denied an opportunity to make a decision on this issue. As my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary and Secretary of State Kerry agreed in Washington on the 12th of June, the situation in Syria demands a strong, coordinated and determined response by the international community. Our priority remains to see a diplomatic process in Geneva that succeeds in reaching a negotiated end to the conflict, but we have to be prepared to do more to save lives, to pressurise the Assad regime to negotiate seriously, and to prevent the threat of extremism and terrorism if diplomatic efforts are to succeed. We are deeply concerned by the recent intensification of fighting on the ground, not least in Al-Qusayr, where the Syrian regime, backed by foreign fighters, launched a military offensive against the town, leading, according to UN reports, to 90% destruction of its infrastructure and displacement of most of its civilian population. Continued support to Assad's regime, which allows it to kill and repress the Syrian people, is continuing to directly undercut the peace initiative which was announced by Foreign Ministers Kerry and Lavrov. We condemn the intervention of militias and fighters from Iran and Iraq, escalating the violence and supporting repression by the regime. We welcomed the UN Human Rights Council's resolution adopted on the 28th of May, which strongly condemned the violations of international law by Syrian authorities and government-affiliated militia, in particular the regime's use of ballistic missiles and other heavy weapons against the people of Al-Qusayr. As events in Sidon in southern Lebanon last week have shown, Hezbollah's intervention in the conflict has already had a detrimental effect on Lebanon's peace and security. An escalation in the conflict is entirely contrary to the interests of Lebanon, which must not become another victim of this conflict. The House is well aware that we remain deeply troubled by the growing body of persuasive evidence that the Assad regime has used chemical weapons, including sarin. The process of gathering more information is ongoing, and we have been working tirelessly with others to get more and better evidence. We agree with the recent US assessment that chemical weapons, including sarin, have been used by the Assad regime. Samples tested in France have also added to the body of evidence. But we also recognise that there is more work to do. As part of the G8, we called on all parties to allow access to the UN investigating team mandated by the UN Secretary-General, drawing on the expertise of the Organisation for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons and World Health Organization in order to conduct an objective investigation into reports of the use of chemical weapons. My Lords, given the experience of the past, it is important to have an independent a view as possible. We therefore welcome UN Secretary-General's decision to investigate allegations of chemical weapons use in Syria and support the work of the UN Human Rights Council Commission of Inquiry, which continues to gather evidence of human rights violations and abuses. Their latest report, published on the 4th of June, highlighted the new levels of brutality in the conflict, including documented cases of the use of chemical agents, enforcing sieges on ordinary Syrians trapped in cities and towns in need of desperate humanitarian aid. The report also notes human rights abuses undertaken by armed opposition groups. We are deeply concerned by these reports and continue to urge the opposition to abide by international human rights obligations. It's why we welcome the National Coalition's Compact from the 20th of April in Istanbul, where they set out clear commitments on reaching out to minorities and to guarantee the rights, interests and participation of all components of Syrian society and adhering to international human rights conventions. We have continued to call on the Syrian regime to allow both the UN investigation into allegations of chemical weapons use and the Commission of Inquiry's immediate and unfettered access to investigate all violations of international law by all parties. And the UK remains at the forefront of international calls for the situation in Syria to be referred to the International Criminal Court. My Lords, we cannot understate the severity of the crisis in Syria. We are faced with the prospect of, on the one hand, an ever more savage conflict and military stalemate, producing an ever bigger humanitarian disaster, greater radicalisation and deeper sectarian divisions, further massacres and even the collapse of the Syrian state and the disintegration of its territory. Or on the other hand, what we must strive for, a negotiated end to the conflict which ends the bloodshed and leads to a new transitional government, enabling refugees to return to their homes and extremism to be contained. There are, my Lords, no risk-free options, but we remain convinced that the best way to end the violence and resolve the conflict must be through a negotiated political settlement. To maximise the prospects for success, we must continue to support the moderate opposition, increase the pressure on the Assad regime to make clear that there can be no military solution, and challenge extremists who do not represent the desire of the majority of Syrians for a more democratic and peaceful future. My Lords, I welcome this debate on the situation in Syria and the wider Middle East. It is vital that this House continues to discuss, examine and inform this critical and important regional and international issue. I value the opportunity to hear your views in this debate, and I'm keen that we in the Foreign Office should benefit from the considerable expertise and experience of members of this House as we continue to make every effort to end the bloodshed, minimise the risk to the region and protect the security of the United Kingdom. My Lords, I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My Lords, can I thank the Minister for this opportunity to debate the situation in the Middle East and Syria in particular, and I want to pay tribute to her continuing concern for and commitment to the issues in the region, which I think is in evidence to everyone in the House. I want to focus my remarks on Syria and the immediate region around Syria and look at four related issues: the state of the conflict, the case for arming the Syrian rebels, the spillover of the conflict into the wider region, and lastly, where our efforts and the international community's efforts should be focused. My Lords, the basic facts of this conflict make for grim reading. 2 years of violence and civil war, over 90,000 dead, with 5,000 people now being killed each month. Suggestions that chemical weapons have been used, 4 million people internally displaced, 1.5 million refugees in neighbouring states, about half of whom are children. It's a situation that appalls us all and demands our attention. But a response must start with an understanding of the country, of the region, and the conflict. It is a recent conflict, but one with deep, deep roots. Thomas Friedman has gone so far as to say that what is happening in Syria, as in other Middle Eastern countries, is the long-delayed consequences of the end of the Ottoman Empire. Syria, like Iraq, is an artificial state that was born after World War I, inside lines drawn by imperial powers. The communities of Syria, Sunnis, Alawite, Shia, Kurds, Druze, Christians, were forced to live together under rules agreed by others, not by their own consent. And as Assad's authoritarian rule collapsed, Syria now looks increasingly more like Lebanon in the 1975 to 1990 period, a fragmented sectarian country with continuing violence between communities, and a central state that has neither the might nor the legitimacy to bring order to the whole country. This is a conflict whose resolution demands some fundamental reconceiving of the kind of country Syria is and the social contract that underpins it. Now, the conflict itself is marked by three dominant features. First, the civil war is becoming more entrenched, with no prospect of decisive military victory for either side. Optimism about the prospects for a victory for the Syrian rebel forces has subsided in recent months. Assad's forces have better armoured equipment, significant air power strength. They have gained confidence from recent captures of rebel strongholds. They've successfully consolidated the main population centres and the routes that connect them in recent months, from Homs to the coast, from Damascus to the Jordanian border. They have stopped the flow of senior defectors. They've trained a militia of 60,000 to guard positions formerly held by the Syrian military. Any strategy based on a prospect of military defeat for the regime at this point looks highly unrealistic, to put it mildly. Secondly, the conflict is characterised by the involvement of multiple foreign powers on all sides, the overwhelming preponderance of which is escalating violence. The regime is benefiting from weapons, technical assistance, surveillance drones, help in monitoring internet traffic from Iran. Hezbollah and Iran have built a 50,000-strong militia to support Assad's forces. And on top of this, Assad benefits from significant Russian assistance, with multiple active arms contracts between Syria and Russia and an S-300 air defence system about to be delivered from Syria to Syria from Moscow, the announcement of which was made just after the Foreign Secretary vetoed the EU arms embargo. On the rebel side, foreign fighters are coming from a range of Arab countries to fight Assad through the Jordanian and Turkish borders. Extensive support continues to be provided by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, the latter of whom has allegedly spent $3 billion funding the rebel forces and has offered $50,000 to every Syrian army defector and his family. Qatar has sent 70 military flights to Turkey with arms and equipment, and according to American intelligence sources, and despite the expressed concerns of the Obama administration that such weapons may fall into the hands of militant Islamists, Qatar has shipped Chinese-made shoulder-fired missiles to be used against Assad's air force. My Lords, foreign power intervention in Syria on both sides not only makes the conflict more entrenched, but also makes the securing of peace, therefore, much more complex. The outgoing head of the Syrian National Coalition, Moaz al-Khatib, said shortly before leaving his post, quote, "The people inside Syria have lost the ability to decide their own fate. I have only become a means to sign some papers, while hands from different parties want to decide on behalf of the Syrians." I'd be interested to know from the Minister what conversations with the Qataris and Saudis in particular the government has had about the extent and form of support they're providing the rebels, and whether she shares the concerns of many about the effects of that support. The third feature of the conflict that stands out is the fragmented nature of the rebel movement. One expert described them as a, quote, bewildering array of groups: defectors, Kurdish groups, volunteers, local militias, Islamist groups such as Jabhat al-Nusra, foreign fighters, and the official Free Syrian Army brigades. Many of them are fighting for a reformed democratic Syria, but some of the Sunni militias are becoming increasingly radicalized, aligning with groups such as al-Nusra and Arar al-Sham, who have called for a jihad against the Alawites and want an Islamic State. At least one al-Qaeda-affiliated group, the Islamic State of Iraq, has proclaimed an affiliation with the Nusra Front, and in April, al-Qaeda in Iraq boasted that it was reinforcing al-Nusra with experienced fighters and about half of its budget. The rebels are brave and committed to ending Assad's cruel rule, but they are a diverse, fluid, and unstable collection of groups whose agendas and interests compete with one another, as well as reflecting the interests of foreign powers. My Lords, the character of the rebel movement becomes a crucial consideration when we turn to the question of the wisdom of the UK collaborating and supplying them with lethal military support. Now, I note, as the Minister reminded us, that following the lifting of the EU arms embargo in May, the Foreign Secretary said, quote, "We haven't taken a decision about funding, arming the rebels. We don't want to rule any option out." I do understand that. But it is a statement that raises the question, what exactly is the justification for arming Syrian rebel forces? Is it that it would help to bring a decisive victory? If so, as I said, I fear that is heroic given the facts on the ground. Is it that it would level the playing field? If so, it does not seem a strategy likely to reduce violence, but rather to prolong it. As the Foreign Secretary himself said, there is no purely military victory available to either side without even greater loss of life. So is the case that tilting the balance will be more likely to lead to a military stalemate, so that Assad would agree to come to the negotiating table? If so, how realistic is that, given that Assad seems to be doubling down in his military strategy, given that he continues to receive extensive support from other countries, and given that the insistence that Assad cannot be part of a post-conflict transition, whatever the wisdom of that position, is highly unlikely to make him want to put his weapons down. Or perhaps the case is that arming the rebels makes a palace coup in Damascus to depose Assad more likely. If so, that is a highly speculative basis for such a consequential strategic decision. My lords, given the state of play of the conflict, I am not convinced that arming the rebels can plausibly be thought of as part of a strategy that reduces violence rather than fuels it. But there is a second consideration. What assurances do we have that any weaponry given would stay in the hands of moderate rebels rather than militant Islamist rebels? The Foreign Secretary has said that non-lethal equipment has already been given to the rebels and that there is no evidence it has gone into the wrong hands. But with respect, that is insufficient reassurance for many reasons. There are reports of clashes between rebel groups over resources such as oil resources already. The market for lethal equipment is significantly different to that for non-lethal equipment. The consequences of it falling into the wrong hands are much more severe. The absence of systems of monitoring is therefore considerably more concerning in the case of lethal assistance. And if Syria progresses towards, as the Minister alluded to, the possibility of becoming a failed state, how do we know the weapons will even stay inside the borders of Syria? There is also concern about the compatibility between, on the one hand, a strategy of opening up the possibility of arming the rebels, and on the other hand, the credibility of a commitment to a negotiated solution. Would the Minister agree in retrospect that it was perhaps short-sighted for the government to spend the run-up to the G8 summit spending so much time talking about the case for arming the rebels rather than how to secure a start date for the Geneva II conference? And is there not a danger that offering more weapons might encourage the rebels to seek a military victory rather than to seek resolution in a negotiated settlement? Overall, the concerns about the coherence of the rebel forces, the security of the destination of weapons, the improbability that making more weapons available would bring a quicker end to a conflict, and the tension between moving towards Geneva II while moving towards making arms available, all these combine to suggest that arming the rebels would not be a move likely to reduce violence and promote stability. But, my lords, let me now turn to a further reason why I think we should be reticent to increase the supply of arms inside Syria, and that is that it is a conflict which is fast spilling over into the wider region. In Iraq, for example, the conflict is having a seriously destabilizing effect. Sectarian tensions are growing as Sunni minority protests in favour of reform are combining with growing Shia angst that there is a pan-national Sunni counteroffensive mobilising across the region. In Turkey, border incidents such as the bomb that killed 50 people on the 11th of May reflect a porous frontier across which insurgent groups pass every day. Turkey's relations with Iraq, Syria and Iran have degenerated spectacularly at the same time as domestic political unrest is increasing. Lebanon is perhaps the country of most immediate concern in the fallout zone. It is both the country that is first in line for contagion, but also a metaphor for the fragility of the entire region. It has taken on over 500,000 refugees in a country of only 8 million population. It is divided on Sunni-Shia lines internally with a weak central state and porous borders. It is very, very close to major population centres in Syria, and with Hezbollah operating as a state within a state internally. And in recent months, Lebanon has delayed elections and lost a government, and in June, fighting between the Lebanese army and radical Sunni groups and Alawite Sunni tensions have led to violence and death in different parts of the country. Given its fragility and importance as a nexus of conflict for the entire region, it deserves our attention, even though traditionally it has fallen into the Francophone area of influence. So can I ask the Minister what we are doing to support the government and its army in Lebanon at this crucial time, and what more we could be doing directly to ensure some sort of stability is maintained in the crucial coming months? And in particular, is she alive to the perception some in Lebanon have that the West only talks to Sunni and not Shia groups, and the destabilising potential such perceptions may inadvertently have? My lords, the danger of the Syrian conflict triggering conflicts among neighbours with porous borders should, I believe, make us think twice before embarking on a strategy of providing weapons. But contrary to what is sometimes suggested, the alternative to supporting military action is not inaction. Although we are a long way from being the major influence on the region, there is much we can and should be doing, or even leading on in the international community, to improve the situation. In the short term, we could prioritise working with governments in the countries most at risk of spillover to shore up the legitimacy of internal state structures. We should prioritise ensuring that G8 countries honour their commitments to supporting humanitarian assistance to refugees. We should lead the case for pressing for greater and safer access of aid agencies. We should focus our engagement with the rebels on unifying them rather than arming them. And we should be spending diplomatic capital urging other actors in the region not to take action that escalates the conflict from either side. But we should also, I believe, be making a priority of thinking about the format, structure and terms of the negotiations that one day will be the only means to a stable solution. One central issue here is understanding whose participation will be needed in those negotiations if their outcome has a chance of ending violence. Noble Lord Williams of Baglan, who has considerable experience and wisdom in these matters of international diplomacy, has remarked, quote, "Negotiating with friends and allies is never the challenge. The real diplomatic challenge has always been negotiating with those with whom we are diametrically opposed." There is a serious and very difficult question about whether any stability can be secured in Syria without engaging with Iran in particular. We stand side by side with the government in their stance towards Iran on both the nuclear security issue and in condemning their sponsorship of violence and terrorism outside Iran. But the election of President Rouhani last month does seem to offer tentative grounds, for some cautious optimism about a change of stance in Tehran. It is, of course, very early days, but to hear President Rouhani promise to interact constructively with the world through a moderate policy and pledge that Iran was ready to show more transparency and pledge to build a new relationship with the international community does at least mark a rhetorical departure from the posturing of his predecessor. In light of this, and with genuine full understanding that we must wait for change to become more than just a promise, can the Minister tell us whether there are plans to engage in a different way with Iran under President Rouhani, and also whether she thinks Iranian participation in any Geneva II conference is either possible or desirable? My Lords, the sad truth is that an end to the Syrian civil war seems a long way off, but only by facing up to the fundamental facts of the conflict, the fact that there is no prospect of decisive victory, the fact that it is a conflict that has started to destabilise the wider region, and the fact that a number of external powers have become actively engaged. Only then, I believe, can we have a proper perspective on the likely consequences of any further intervention of our own.
My Lords, I too wish to thank the Senior Minister of the Foreign Office, Lady Warsi, for giving us the opportunity to debate this important issue today. My Lords, in his book, A Choice of Enemies, America Confronts the Middle East, Professor Lawrence Friedman comes to a bleak conclusion. The continuity in many of the problems facing the Middle East suggests that they must be managed or endured. They are too rooted in the institutional structures, power balances, and cultures of the region to be solved. Friedman is a historian who can see the wariness of US policymakers over a span of half a century, when politics, power, and events conspire to defeat well-intentioned forays into the Middle East. It is not surprising that here in the United Kingdom we see events in a similar light. After all, it is nearly 100 years since the Balfour Declaration, and the suffering of the Palestinian people still sits alongside the insecurity of the Jews. Ironically, both still look to the West for a solution, to lesser or greater degree. It is our responsibility to the people of Syria that I want to concentrate on today, as this is our most urgent priority. In doing so, I want to put on the record my gratitude to Professor Nigel Biggar, Regius Professor of Moral and Pastoral Theology at the University of Oxford, who's proved a most thoughtful sounding board. However, before I set out my own personal position, I think it's important to acknowledge two things. First, that the brutality of the civil war and the suffering which endures today is of concern to those on all sides of this House. On these benches, we have regular and constant discussions about the way forward. Today, I suspect, we'll be coming from different perspectives on the way to proceed. Secondly, our different perspectives on how best to bring an end to the suffering of the Syrian people does not diminish from our common goal, which is for a negotiated and speedy end to the civil war, and an outcome which brings an end to the armed conflict, so that solutions to the coexistence of the different sides can be explored and developed. Whether this is through an international conference or through the UN Security Council finding unity in the will to stop the carnage, we are united that our country must do what it can to end the suffering. My Lords, my own views are coloured by long engagement and affection for Syria. I first went there in 1973, and 40 years later, I can only be grateful that I saw the history, culture, and dignity of the people again and again in better times. But were I to adapt John Rawls's veil of ignorance to this kind of conflict situation, which is not what he intended it for, but nevertheless, I think it applies, I don't believe that my views on where we are today and what we should be doing would be any different had I never set foot in Syria. With 93,000 people dead and many millions displaced, internally and externally, living in the most external conditions, I think it is only right that here in the United Kingdom the government has sought to prepare for a future arming of the Free Syrian Army through the lifting of the EU arms embargo on Syria. This decision has been rightly debated extensively within government and indeed in both houses. Rightly because if arms are supplied, it presages an intervention by our country which many will doubt can lead to any good. There are those across this House who will argue that adding more arms into an armed conflict cannot possibly reduce the killing. Indeed, we've heard from the case from the noble Lord Wood of Anfield. I only envy him his certainty. There are also those who feel that in arming the opposition we cannot know with whom we're dealing, who these people are, and where our weapons will end up. Then there are those who might believe that we have no business to take sides, that it is a sectarian struggle between Shia and Sunni, and we're best out of it. Finally, there are those who believe that the mere act of arming one side will suck us into full-scale intervention with our own troops in the line of fire. All of these are perfectly reasonable questions, but I would seek to answer them differently. Let me start with the view that where there is killing, providing more arms cannot reduce the killing. If this view was a morally held one, which were to apply to all times and to all eventualities, then it could not stand the scrutiny of our own history. Leaving aside for now the First and Second World Wars, again and again the United Kingdom has intervened in other conflicts after killing has commenced in order to stop the killing. We have done so in recent times in Kosovo, in Sierra Leone, in Afghanistan, and in Libya. Specifically, with regard to lifting the arms embargo, we have the example of the Spanish Civil War. Then, in the 1930s, Britain and France maintained an arms embargo, while the USSR gave support to the Republicans, and fascist Italy and Germany supported the nationalists. Russian support enabled the communists to dominate the divided Republicans. Fascist support enabled the nationalists to defeat the divided Republicans and to win the war, with the fate of the Spanish people under Franco all too well known and still to some extent unatoned for in modern Spain. It is also true that we can have no cast iron guarantee that the arms we deliver to the Free Syrian Army will remain in their control through the exigencies of running combat day to day. There is no guarantee that were we to give weapons, they would not end up in the hands of Assad's forces, or indeed with Jabhat al-Nusra and their al-Qaeda fighters. But the test that one should apply here is whether, by arming the forces of the Free Syrian Army to the point that Assad is brought to the negotiating table, we are likely to succeed. If the answer, after assessing the risks properly, as to what arms, to whom, with what level of training, is a likely yes, then we should take the risk that some of our weapons might fall into the wrong hands. At the moment, we have a situation where the Free Syrian Army is suffering from shortfalls of even rounds of ammunition. If we can bring more symmetry into the equation, alongside the assurance from General Idris of the Free Syrian Army that his men will account for the weapons delivered and will seek to return them to us when all is said and done, then when we feel more secure in those assurances, we should move to arm them. It may also be true that we do not know the different factions well enough or understand their motives to be able to make judgments as to who we might befriend. And if that is the case, then I'm all for holding back. But as this war progresses, we know more and more of whom we do not trust. It is clear to me that President Assad cannot any longer be part of the solution. I suspect that there would also be consensus in this House that Al-Qaeda, in the form of Jabhat al-Nusra, will not be a force for good in Syria, her neighbours, or indeed the West. Our engagement must be based on our assessment of which side best reflects our interests. Since our interests are reflected in freedom, a defence of minorities and their rights, upholding human rights, in a future peaceful and stable Syria, a pluralist Syria, then I feel we're capable of working through which of the different factions can best deliver those values. Ultimately, this has to be an assessment which is laden with risks, but there are risks equally in turning our backs. My lords, there's a strong view, and has been for nearly a century in the Middle East, that the West only engages with the region in its own interests. What good then will Western passivity have in this situation? What will we have demonstrated other than cold moral relativism? To the young Arab, it will simply prove the jihadi Al-Qaeda narrative that we don't give a damn about the suffering of Muslims. They are the other. I'm equally clear that a government which uses biological and chemical weapons against its opponents and is as ruthless as we have witnessed in the last 2 years casts itself open to international action under the norm of responsibility to protect. If we have not arrived at that situation today, we may nevertheless have to prepare to do that in the future. Existing international law may impose that obligation upon us through the Geneva Conventions, if not responsibility to protect. Given that the Labour Party has set its face in opposition so clearly today, what would they do then, I wonder? So, my lords, in conclusion, let me reflect that we need to be clear what the doctrine of non-intervention holds for us today. We cannot argue for multilateralism on the one hand when the forces of globalization or climate change or international terrorism call for us to work with others to solve problems, yet turn away when the most fundamental crisis arises, that of significant human death and destruction. In saying this, I'm not saying that we must intervene. It is possible that our intervention, limited as it might be to supplying arms, might not succeed in our objective to bring Assad to the negotiating table. If we're clear that intervention at this stage will not achieve that objective, then we should not do it. What I'm saying is that whether we intervene or not, there will be consequences for us. Today affords us an opportunity to reflect on what those might be, although we don't have sufficient clarity. I do think this government is right to prepare for what might have to come.
My Lords, I welcome this debate. It has been an extraordinary period in the history of the Middle East, and this weekend was no exception, with huge demonstrations in Cairo pressing for a more inclusive government, less dominated by the Muslim Brotherhood, and seeming progress in the Middle East peace process following talks between Secretary of State John Kerry and President Mahmoud Abbas of Palestine. We must hope that Prime Minister Netanyahu will respond positively in the coming days. But the heart of the matter is the civil war in Syria that threatens the fate not only of that nation, but of the whole region. After more than 2 years of war and 100,000 dead, we are nowhere nearer a solution. Despite the Prime Minister's brave efforts at the Lochern G8 summit last month, all that could be achieved was a reaffirmation of the conclusions already reached in Moscow in talks between Secretary Kerry and Foreign Minister Lavrov in May. As things stand, there seems little hope of progress until perhaps the UN General Assembly meets in the third week of September in New York. To say the least, what is needed is a more urgent diplomacy, one that seeks an agreement on an immediate ceasefire and the deployment of UN observers, unimpeded access for the international humanitarian agencies, and elections in the next 6 months, supervised by the United Nations. These are the elements, it seems to me, that the international community should try to come together on. And as the gaps between the P5 seem so substantial, the Secretary-General, Ban Ki-moon, must assume the responsibility of seeking to make progress towards an agreement for the sake of the Syrian people and for the region, including engaging with the new Iranian government to be led by President Rouhani, a man, by the way, who was responsible, as I recall, for the only decisive freezing of uranium refinement in 2003. My Lords, wars can only be won in two ways, either through the victory of one party over the other, or by a negotiated settlement. In the case of Syria, the former is neither desirable nor probable at this stage. I believe it was the great German statesman Otto von Bismarck who said that making peace was like making sausages. You don't look too closely at the ingredients. There are some who reject any contact, let alone a potential agreement with the Assad regime. Hateful and vicious as that regime is in many ways, there is no alternative. I remind the House that in the 1990s in Bosnia, peace came through the Dayton Agreement, and that we negotiated with Slobodan Milosevic and with Radovan Karadzic. Indeed, a few years later, we did so again with Milosevic over Kosovo. In the first UN mission I served in Cambodia, the UN implemented the Paris Peace Agreement of 1991, agreed by the Security Council, which recognized the Khmer Rouge as a key party in the country's future. Absent meaningful Western military intervention, which we are ill-fitted for after Iraq and Afghanistan, a negotiated settlement is the only way forward in Syria. Despite temporary victories, such as that at Al-Qusayr, President Assad cannot win back or reverse the erosion of his domestic and regional legitimacy. This cannot mean, however, that his government should not be a party to the talks that will eventually define the future state of a truly representative Syrian government. It remains the case, like it or not, that his army is the dominant military force and, moreover, still has substantial domestic support. The opposition, sadly, has lacked political and military coherence, and even if supplied with any amount of arms, will not, in my view, overcome these shortcomings. With some notable exceptions, George Sabra, for example, and the veteran dissident Michel Kilo, it is drawn almost wholly from the majority Sunni community. Not just the Alawite community, but Christians, Druze, and Kurds have not been drawn in any substantial numbers into the opposition. Let me turn now to Lebanon, where I served between 2008 and 2011 as UN Special Representative. Lebanon is the country most affected by the Syrian contagion, and one of whose major political forces, Hezbollah, probably the most heavily armed non-state actor in the world, is substantially and overtly a part to the Syrian civil war. That reckless action cannot but have profound consequences for Lebanon itself and also for the sectarian divisions that are now so raw throughout the Middle East. In Egypt, only last week, we saw the brutal lynching of 4 Shia villagers in a hamlet just on the outskirts of Cairo. But what of Lebanon? Sadly, the country is now an integral part of the geography of the Syrian civil war. The authority of its government and institutions, never historically robust, have been undermined by the civil war in Lebanon. Hezbollah's increasing involvement has inevitably raised sectarian tensions within Lebanon. Most clearly, this is seen in the second city of Tripoli, where the country's only Alawite community has been involved in clashes which have claimed tens of deaths over the past months between the Alawites and their Sunni neighbors. Even more serious, the weekend before last, there were clashes in the city of Saida between the army and Islamist groups claiming 35 lives. In this regard, I would urge the noble Baroness Warsi to keep a close eye on the travel advisory for Lebanon. There are few exits from the country. In the 2006 war between Hezbollah and Israel, most British and other foreign nationals were evacuated through the international highway to Damascus. Clearly, that option is no longer open. The one airport in Beirut is close to the Hezbollah suburb of Dahia and is easily closed with one telephone call from Hezbollah. I am concerned that Lebanon is a country that could, but I pray will not, descend into widespread civil strife in a matter of hours.
My Lords, I too am very grateful to the noble Baroness for introducing this very important debate and thank her for her wide-ranging and helpful speech. The Foreign Secretary was right when he recently described the situation in Syria as the worst crisis affecting the world today. It is a truly wicked conflict. This wickedness is illustrated both by the scale of the human tragedy and also by its very complexity that has thwarted efforts to resolve it. I'm also grateful for the noble Baroness to mention the Prime Minister's GS announcement of a £178 million emergency package, which is very welcome indeed, but we should not deceive ourselves into thinking that this will suffice. As other speakers have already mentioned, this crisis has so far driven over 1.5 million Syrian refugees into neighbouring countries, but thousands more are pouring across Syrian borders every day. Sadly, as the noble Lord Wood mentioned, around 50% of these refugees are children. This is a truly desperate situation, and I hope the noble Baroness will be able to say something more about the efforts to tackle the growing phenomenon in the Lebanon, as we've just been hearing, where innocent and traumatised children are sold into prostitution through temporary marriages. My Lords, with every passing month, the conflict generates some 200,000 new refugees that impact on Syria's fragile neighbours. If current trends persist, then we can expect that over 3 million Syrians will have left their home country by the end of the year. The situation threatens to become a sword of Damocles, hanging over the host countries and the host communities, which lack the capacity to absorb increases of up to 10% of their local populations. Will the noble Baroness assure this House that the government will continue to respond generously to this humanitarian disaster, a disaster which threatens to unsettle the delicate confessional and political balance of neighbouring states, not least, as we've already heard, Lebanon itself? I'm sure the noble Baroness would agree that even if obstacles have yet to be overcome in resolving this conflict, the international community should not shirk from its responsibility in containing it. What steps is the government taking to ensure that donors' pledges are fulfilled without delay and that additional funds are provided to meet short-term and longer-term needs? My Lords, I'd like also to mention here particularly the indigenous Syrian Arab Christians who are, I believe, especially vulnerable when outsiders from elsewhere in the region who know or care little about the honoured place Christians have held in the nation from earliest times seem to be influencing events so greatly. All of us who are Christian leaders are extremely concerned about the 2 abducted archbishops from Aleppo, Bulos Yasigi and Mor Yohanna Ibrahim, and we are all in solidarity with the faithful Christian communities of Syria. My Lords, the wickedness of this humanitarian catastrophe is only matched by the paucity of our political efforts to resolve the conflict. The absence of any real political progress on Syria at Lochern last month is a truly regrettable blight on an otherwise successful G8 summit. The government has to date wisely resisted the temptation of military intervention, but it remains a real concern to members of this bench that the government holds to the assumption that only by correcting the asymmetry of military power can President Assad be cajoled into serious negotiations with the opposition. Is this right? Will arming the opposition, or perhaps better said oppositions in the plural, make the situation for the Syrian people better, or will it merely lead to more bloodshed and accelerate spillover to the wider region? I accept there might be a time when it's necessary for the international community to police any peace settlement, but we are clearly a very long way from that point, and as it stands, the ongoing debate about the arming of Syrian rebels serves merely to distract attention from finding a diplomatic situation to the crisis. Surely now is the time to be intensifying our diplomatic efforts. Diplomatically, the West appears locked into a political mindset that assumes that a solution needs to be agreed by external powers and then imposed from outside without any consultation. Is this the right strategy? Even if the capacity and coherence of the Syrian opposition can be developed sufficiently ahead of Geneva II, is the government being fanciful in thinking that a group of Syrian exiles can be parachuted in as the opposition transition government implant to assume command of the army and security forces in Syria? The government needs to move beyond the narrative that this is a liberational struggle against a nasty and brutish regime. This might have held true in the conflict's early months, but it's long since mutated. It's high time that the conflict was analysed in its own terms, rather than by reference to the transformations going on in other parts of the Middle East and North Africa. Would the noble Baroness accept that the political position taken in the embryonic stage of this conflict, namely that Assad must go, has now become an obstacle to resolving the conflict? Would she accept that Assad's fate must be a question for the transition process and not a precondition, and that Iran, as has already been mentioned, must play a role in the diplomatic process? My lords, this is a truly wicked conflict, but when all we see is good or evil, light or dark, we are in danger of overlooking the shades of grey that give this conflict its multi-layered complexity. Unless we recognise this complexity, any intervention, military or political, is going to be bluntly ineffective and at risk of compounding the situation. That would be a tragedy, not least for the people of Syria and the surrounding region.
My lords, more than a year ago, Lakhdar Brahimi said that the choice for Syria was between his plan, which was for, at that time, some kind of transitional government, and hell. His plan was completely rejected, and now we have hell. Syria is descending into total fragmentation, with hideous death toll, and oceans of human misery, as we've heard in several very eloquent and penetrating speeches already. The costs to date are estimated at anything between $50 and $100 billion, maybe far more. Can hardly put a price on these things. Prices in Syria itself have risen 100% in the last year, and they're heading for the hyperinflation and the point where money dies. Unemployment has quadrupled, and the country, many feel, is getting ready to split up, possibly with an Alawite statelet, as under French rule in the 1930s. And meanwhile, in Jordan, Hashemite rule is, of course, under pressure. The state of Lebanon, as we've heard in an eloquent speech from the noble Lord Williams, is threatened, although I'm not quite as gloomy as he is about the miraculous way in which that state has somehow survived so far, or its amazing pressure since its own civil war. Even Turkey is destabilized, and there is clearly a feedback into a worsening situation in Iraq, which is now, we've sometimes overlooked now, one of the world's giant, biggest oil producers. Meanwhile, on the ground, the rebels seem to have captured Deraa, and they've got plenty of anti-tank weapons. Qatar and Saudi Arabia are running arms runs with massive supplies of weapons. maybe not all they want, but a great deal every day. So there is actually a stalemate already. The stalemate is there. And there's very no hope of a new force arising. Someone was saying the other day, a new Zenobia arising to unite Syria. Nothing of that is in sight. It was a non-sectarian battle to start with and could have been handled much more wisely, but it wasn't. And now all sorts of jihadists have joined in, as we heard from Lord Wood. It's now becoming a civil war between Islamic sects, and the pessimists could say that when we had a similar kind of religious division in Europe, it lasted 100 years and involves unbelievable atrocities. So it's hardly surprising that in all this appalling scene, where there are terrorist-inclined organizations fighting each other on both sides, it's hardly surprising that we are all very, very reluctant to intervene. That is understandable. But, my lords, and there is a but to this, we cannot really do nothing where not merely a whole house, but a whole neighborhood is on fire and the fire is spreading. We're supposed to be, in this kingdom, a responsible and powerful contributor to the network of world peace and stability, and I believe we are, as long as we don't lose confidence in ourselves. We live in a totally interdependent world. Even those who sometimes hanker after different versions of independence, and we're talking about other issues, don't seem to understand that the whole system is now totally connected. Interdependence obliges us to proceed on certain courses. In this case, we simply cannot opt out. But I think in not opting out and deciding how to proceed, we must not allow, and this is my worst fear of all of them now, we must not allow this to turn into an old-fashioned Cold War East-West issue, which I'm afraid is rapidly sliding towards. We do hear a sort of more and more talk of line-up about the West must do this, Iran, Russia and China must do that. That is the stance that many of us thought we had seen for the last time when, with the fall of the Berlin Wall and the old world of the divided communist Cold War situation, and to bring it back and to act as though it had never gone is a great mistake. Now, I concede there are enormous hurdles to proceeding in any direction at all. Diplomacy, in fact, has become decoupled from facts on the ground. There's a weak and divided Syrian National Council, now the National Coalition. Very hard to know who's in charge. The Russians, although they have talked big about legitimate regimes and staying behind Bashar al-Assad, actually have failed to influence him totally. Their own diplomacy, which they proclaim very loudly, has not been a success. The mechanism of dialogue itself is extremely unclear, and of course the aspirations that all nations have had in the past for developing the concept of responsibility to protect, to move in and protect hideous atrocities and killings, that is blocked at the United Nations by Russia and by China. My lords, in these circumstances, I think we have to be completely realistic and recognize that China and Russia are the keys to any change. Without them, any measures that are taken will produce counter-reactions and escalate the problem. There must be a common global responsible approach. Without it, there will never be any effective approach at all. Now, the good news in all this gloom is that as far as the UK is concerned, we have recently mended our fences with China, very recently indeed. And that is a positive move. And I think it's understood and welcomed on both sides. And my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, William Hague, has had some very, very detailed talks with the Russian authorities, with Mr. Lavrov, and of course both he and the Prime Minister have had sessions with Mr. Putin in the last few days at Lochern and no doubt elsewhere as well. So, and if one's looking for a third possible chink of light in this otherwise horrific situation, it may be, as Lord Williams has already suggested, that in Iran, with Mr. Rouhani in charge, there could be some change there, although I think, frankly, it's much too early to say anything. I think it's only in this new global context, if it can begin to be pieced together, that one really can start deciding carefully what kind of intervention, whether it should be arms, whether it should be assistance on the ground, or any other kind of assistance to one side or the other. So the question that hangs over this is really what can be done to bring these two giant powers, Russia and China, to a more responsible and constructive position. In a way, China is perhaps in need of a great deal more discussion and dialogue, because the Chinese talk about only intervening peacefully, and that they have the phrase about the peaceful rise of China. But that's very questionable, as a matter of fact, because they haven't always been peaceful. But the plain fact facing the Chinese is that the bulk of China's oil imports now come from the Middle East. Most of the oil and resources out of the Middle East now go eastwards and not westwards. It's estimated by 2030 that 95% of all oil and gas will go east to China and the great rising powers of Asia. So Syria and Iran are, in fact, China's problem. And there's no future for China at all in stoking the Syrian conflict. The real reality that even the Chinese have to face is that power now lies as much in the networks of the street and in the networks of a totally connected inter-nation, as the totally connected world system, as it does in the hands of any individual country. We only have to watch what is happening in Brazil, or what is happening in Turkey, or what is happening in Egypt, where digital network power on the street is challenging traditional tools of government to see where the real forces lie. So we have to engage with these great powers that think that they can play superpower politics in the age of the network world. We have to engage with China's think tanks much more closely. We have to continue our discussions with the Russians and make them realize that in the end we all share the same responsibility, and that the dangers of failing to combine together are going to affect them all, whether they're Chinese or Russians or Europeans or Americans. So, my lords, I believe we have no choice in this age of total connectivity but to make a firm contribution to the common cause of trying to halt the Syrian horror. But there must be a genuinely common cause to which to contribute, and this, frankly, does not yet exist. So the prime task is to establish this common approach, and I believe we in Britain are well placed to make a contribution to seek that goal, and we should support strongly the efforts of my right honourable friend William Hague in his efforts in that direction. That is where the solution, if there is one, to this horror lies, in a common global approach. Without the common global approach, any attempt unilaterally or on behalf of the so-called West will fail.
My Lords, I'd like to thank the noble Lady Baroness Wolsey for introducing this debate in her usual balanced way. The complexity of the situation in Syria is such that the seemingly simple question of whether to arm or not to arm cannot be answered without the prospect of provoking more harm than good. What sort of arms are we talking about? Who should we give them to, with over 100 different factions, from Islamic extremists to small local militias? And how do we in the UK fit into the grand scheme in which Russia and Iran, together with Hezbollah, are busily arming the ruling party, and Saudi Arabia and Qatar are pouring in weaponry for various Sunni groups? It sounds to me like a situation where we would be better off keeping out, apart from offering humanitarian aid, frustrating as those that may seem. Needless to say, I agree with my noble friend Lord Wood of Anfield and his remarks, and I resonate very much to the wise words of the noble Lord Howell of Guildford. But I'd like to focus my remarks in a slightly different area, and that is the impact of what's going on in the Middle East on the so-called Israel-Palestinian so-called peace treaty process. There is little doubt that Israel is regarded as the number one enemy across most of the rest of the Middle East, and the anti-Israel and anti-Semitic rhetoric in those countries is sometimes pretty horrific. But the problems those nations face now are clearly nothing at all to do with Israel or the Palestinians. In most of them, what starts out as a popular uprising of oppressed people seeking to topple a dictatorial regime and gain a better life and perhaps democracy ends up with a vacuum rapidly filled by a vicious Sunni-Shia conflict fueled by clerics, each denouncing the other as infidels. This is the case in Syria now, in Lebanon, and in Iraq, while in Egypt the Muslim Brotherhood has taken a shaky power in a struggle with the more secular elements. And in Iran, as they spin their centrifuges and their leaders spin their web of deception, their primary objective is to become the dominant force in the Middle East, leading to the prospect of an arms race with Saudi Arabia and Turkey. And I find it difficult to imagine that any of what's going on in those countries can be laid at the door of Israel. Israel's a useful scapegoat, but as a reason for their miseries does not bear close examination. Of course, a peaceful, secure, two-state solution is desperately needed by both Israelis and Palestinians. But even if we reach that nirvana, it will make not a jot of difference to the struggles elsewhere in the Middle East. But it is the influence on those two of what is going on elsewhere that is a major barrier. There is, of course, strong pressure from the USA in the shape of John Kerry to restart negotiations and his offers of billions of millions of dollars to Mahmoud Abbas for West Bank developments. And surprisingly, if somewhat belatedly, Mr. Netanyahu has reiterated several times recently his offer of talks without preconditions. He's even rumoured to have offered to stop settlement building and the release of Palestinian prisoners as an inducement to the Palestinians to resume negotiations, and one hopes that that may be true. Mr. Abbas has so far remained resistant, and there is no doubt that there is considerable mistrust and cynicism on both sides, despite the fact that the outline of a potential two-state solution is not too difficult to make out. But it is events elsewhere in the Middle East that might determine progress in the peace process. Israel is distracted by the Iranian threat and events in Syria, and it's hardly comforting for it to see what's going on in Syria with a potential change from one implacable enemy to another. At least with Assad, they knew what they were getting, so it can hardly be a comfort to know that a change to an opposition possibly dominated by Islamic jihadists is in the offing. But it is the effect on these developments on the Palestinians where the most significant impact may be felt. Mr. Abbas is likely to be very concerned that any move to reconcile his differences with Israel, the sworn enemy of the rest of the Middle East, will earn him few friends there. He will be looking over his shoulder at what impact a peace deal would have on his relationship with Hamas at home and on Hezbollah, Syria and Iran in his neighbourhood. He may see that his arm could be strengthened by a victory for either Assad or the opposition in Syria, and so will feel he is better off delaying any deal. He could hope that one or other of these victors can turn their attentions to attacking Israel with or without the threat of nuclear force from Iran. It might seem to him like signing a suicide note if he makes peace with Israel and at the same time makes enemies out of Hamas and much of the Arab world. He might feel that just now, procrastination is the best option. Against this background of instability elsewhere, his reluctance to negotiate could be more understandable. Of course, events may turn out differently. A moderate power may take over in Syria. Hezbollah may go home with their tail between their legs as they lose Syrian support. And Iran may become more conciliatory or more isolated and weakened. And the Brotherhood in Egypt may become less dominant, all of which might give greater courage to Mr. Abbas. But despite American pressure and support from Saudi Arabia, he might think that the buzzing, angry wasp's nest to his north makes it preferable to wait than to gamble. He has, of course, the additional task of dealing with Hamas in Gaza and in the West Bank. Their hard line of non-collaboration in any peace deal means that he can only speak for a proportion of Palestinians. Furthermore, his stability is further compromised by the recent resignation of 2 prime ministers in quick succession, and that cannot help either. A strong leader is needed in any negotiation, so it's difficult to remain optimistic for the immediate future, as so much depends on events elsewhere. There are little glimpses of hopes here and there, but that depends to a very large extent on what happens in the rest of the Middle East.
It's a privilege to follow the noble Lord, with many of whose views I profoundly agree, and I also join others in thanking the Minister for giving us a chance for this debate. My Lords, which one amongst us would not wish to seek to stop this bloody Golgotha of the innocents in Syria? If we can use the word Golgotha in relation to an Islamic country, I'm not sure you can, but it's, I suppose, appropriate here. Which one amongst us would not wish for something to be done, if it can be? But here's the question, here's the paradox. What if the thing you want to do doesn't make things better, but makes them worse? And that, I think, is the conundrum that we now have to seek to have an answer to. It's not the case that I'm against intervention, far from it. I suppose I was one of the first to be pushing for intervention in the Balkans, in Bosnia and again in Kosovo. I wrote a book about it when I returned, still available, no doubt, in all the best bookshops for a remarkably cheap price, which was about how we might intervene more successfully than we've done in Iraq and Afghanistan. I happen to believe that in an increasingly turbulent world, the capacity of the international community to intervene, to preserve the wider peace, will be one of the instruments which determines whether the decades ahead are more or less turbulent, more or less bloody. But it is only sensible to intervene, my Lords, when it is sensible to intervene. And when it is not sensible to intervene, it is very stupid to intervene indeed. And I'm afraid that if we mean by intervention either military force taken by Britain or the West, or indeed the provision of arms, I think this is not sensible for reasons I shall seek to explain. However, the case is so difficult, so tragic, so potentially catastrophic for the wider peace, that I think it does behove us to try and put forward some suggestion other than intervention, which might be possible to follow, and I shall seek to do that too. I think that there are 2 departure points with which we can agree. The first is that we desperately hope Geneva II succeeds. Frankly, I rather doubt it will, but all of us must hold our hands, cross our fingers, and hope for the best, and wish it a fair wind. The second is that until President Obama decides to announce what it is he wants to do, we ought not to say that what it is he wants to do is foolish until we actually discover what it is. He's been remarkably timid in following up the statement one felt he was dragged to some weeks, or was it months ago, that he wanted to assist the rebels. He may want to do something which is largely humanitarian. He may want to create, I don't know, a humanitarian corridor or a humanitarian safe zone. That too would not be without its complications and without its dangers. Safe zones can very easily become, as we saw in Bosnia, a safe zone for the rebels, a safe zone for those who do not want peace and prosecute instead violence and war. Safe corridors can very easily become corridors for more arms and more activists, more rebels, more fighters coming in. But until President Obama announces, we ought, I think, at least to say we wait and we listen with interest. I think there are things we can be doing, and I would like to touch on those in a moment. But I'm bound to say that lifting the arms embargo is not, in my view, one of those. And I want to explain why. I think the government's got itself caught slightly on a difficult spot, having been so enthusiastic to it for that proposal put forward, first of all, of course, by François Hollande. We followed the French in saying to the European Union, let's lift the arms embargo. And it's now like to withdraw from that position, I sense. I sort of hear, perhaps even with the weight of opinion that we hear in your Lordship's chamber today. But there are, it seems to me, 4 basic reasons why, in this instance, lifting the arms embargo would not be a wise move. The first of this is they do not need arms. My Lords, it is an unchallenged figure that 3,500 tons of arms have been shipped in by way of Croatia, with the assistance, by the way, the noble Lord Wood mentioned the Americans, with the assistance of the CIA. That too is unchallenged, funded by the Saudis, funded by the Qataris, going almost exclusively to the more jihadist groups, to the Salafist groups, and they don't love each other, but to the Wahhabist and Salafist groups who are fighting in Syria. I know where those weapons are coming from, my Lords, I've seen them. I've seen them stacked up in the underground arms factories in Bosnia, where Tito created those arms factories precisely because he didn't know who was going to attack him. Was it going to be the West or was it going to be the East? They are the weapons left over from the Bosnian War. They're being shipped out in large measure through Croatian ports and airports, and I can tell you that they are making vast sums for corrupt forces in the Balkans who are used to these things. They don't need more weapons, my Lords. They have more than enough, provided with the assistance of the CIA and above all funded, foolishly in my view, by the Qataris on the one hand and rich businessmen in Saudi Arabia. Maybe not the Saudi Arabian government, but the government could stop it if it wished. By the way, my Lords, you may want to reflect on the fact that the same rich businessmen who are funding that supply of weapons are the same rich businessmen, by and large, who funded Osama bin Laden in the early days, for reasons we discovered later were not to our advantage. The second is that I'm bound to say that the rebels, the so-called rebels in Saudi Arabia, are not, in my view, a fit and proper collection of people for us to be providing arms to. I think there are some, maybe even a majority, of this fractured, diverse, uncontrolled group who are as casual about killing and as disregarding to matters relating to human rights are those that they oppose. I don't think there's very much we can differentiate between the revolting acts committed by both sides in this, by one and other side in this. I'm just not happy about the fact that we may well be contributing to that process, and we may provide weapons which we give to the right people but end up in the dominant faction, as weapons always do in time of conflict, which is the wrong people. The third is that I frankly, with great respect to my noble friend, Lady Falkender, I have to say I know of no case anywhere where the provision of external weapons has created more peace. I was opposed to it in the Bosnian War as well, for exactly the same reasons. There are occasions, of course, where the West can intervene. Bosnia-Kosovo is an example, where we are prepared to come in and suppress the conflict using our weapons and our forces. But handing weapons in, supplying them to a chaotic situation run by rebels, I frankly know of no occasion where one of the routes to peace is provide more weapons. In fact, almost always it seems to point in the other direction. But the most powerful and the biggest reason for not doing this, it seems to me, my Lords, is that Syria is not what we think it is. Syria's not the conflict. Syria is the front line in a wider conflict. A wider conflict which is no longer about the great Satan of the West, it's now about the great heretic in Tehran. What you are seeing built up now is a determined attempt, funded by the Saudis and the Qataris, to create a powerful, radicalized, jihadist Sunni element that can capture the community of the Sunni as a preparation for a wider war against the Shia. Now, I don't say that will happen. I say there's a risk for that happening. And that is the intention that is now being provided, that is now behind the provision of these weapons. And what you see in Syria is connected to what you see in Lebanon in ways that have been very well described, is connected to what you see in Egypt, is connected to what you see in Tunisia, is connected to what you see in Libya, is connected to what you see in Mali. You know, this is not about the great Satan of the West. This is about the preparations that some are deliberately making to have a wider regional conflict, a religious conflict, just as was referred to by my noble friend the Lord Howells earlier on. Do we really want to stimulate that, my Lord? You see, the danger here is this, and I think it's really important that we understand the position of Russia. Russia, we believe, is in favor of Assad because, is it not said very clearly, he's their last man in the Middle East. Yes, but there's a deeper reason. And the deeper reason which we should understand is that the Russian Islamic republics, Dagestan, Chechnya and so on, are being infected by exactly the same movement. They know that the Sunni jihadization of the Sunni Ummah is now affecting their stability. is in danger, if they're not very careful, of dividing the Russian Federation, or at least causing great instability. And so you have this terrifying situation of the West being instrumentalized on one side in favor of the Sunnis, and the Russians being instrumentalized on the other in favor of the Shia, in what has a grave risk, not certain, but a grave risk, to widen into a much wider religious conflict that will engulf the Middle East. And, my lords, we shouldn't... Mao Zedong once referred to the Second World War as the European Civil Wars. Well, maybe it was a civil war, but it had global connections. And today's interconnected world, those global connections can mean that a regional war can have much wider consequences. My lords, our policy in the Middle East has been attended by the law of unintended consequences. We piled into Iraq. We provided weapons for Osama bin Laden in Iraq because, of course, our enemy's enemy is our friend, isn't he? He turned out not to be, by a long chalk. He turned out to be our primary and most potent enemy. We piled into Iraq because we wanted to get rid of Saddam Hussein and supported a Shia majority, and now find that the borders of Iran has moved 400 miles to the west, effectively. That's what's happened. I think the law of unintended consequences is likely to apply in Syria more than in any other recent circumstance. So I really don't believe that this would be a wise step forward, my lord. There is one thing we could do, however. Why do we want to pursue the issue of arms when there's an issue of diplomacy still open to us? If it is the case that Saudi Arabia, the question I asked the minister the other day, if it's the case that Saudi Arabia and Qatar are today funding the very jihadism against which we are fighting, and by the way, the jihadism which kills French troops in Mali, why are we not using international pressure, the United States, the European Union, to persuade Saudi Arabia and Qatar to stop, to prevent this? The moment you do that, you create a circumstances in which the Russians may well have common cause with us. You begin to create a diplomatic space you can widen. You assist the rebels in another way. So I don't understand, my lords, why we are rushing to lift an arms embargo when there is a really serious diplomatic route we could take that would take the steam out of this conflict by persuading our friends in Qatar and Saudi Arabia to stop providing the money that is spreading the very jihadism that we know is the greatest threat that we now face. It seems to me, my lords, we should not stumble towards arms when there is diplomacy still to be played out.
My lords, stop the killing in Syria. I follow the noble Lord Ashdown, at least on that. The need is obvious, but we must work at it until it happens. Surely the last 27 months have proved beyond possible doubt that none of the many sides can achieve military victory. A complete ceasefire is therefore in the interest of all, whether they are combatants or neutrals. 100,000 lives will have been lost in vain if efforts are not made now to prevent more deaths. A ceasefire would give space for negotiations, local, national and regional. It would allow some at least of the displaced people to return to their homes. How may we reach a comprehensive ceasefire? A conference, whether in Geneva or elsewhere, is probably the most likely means. We should take heart from the 2012 conference on Somalia held in London. This has not, I agree, resolved all problems, but at least the situation there is very much better than it was. We should note that some British jihadis were fighting in Somalia just as they are now in Syria. It is therefore in our interest that fighting should stop, and even more so is it in the interest of the beleaguered civil population. Meanwhile, I ask Her Majesty's government, will they allow the hospitals in our sovereign bases in Cyprus to treat urgent cases from Syria? If a ceasefire can be achieved, it would need to be verified. Satellites, drones, manned aircraft, and ground observers should all be used. The machinery of war should serve the cause of peace. All existing or potential suppliers of arms should be involved in preventing further violence. This means Russia, Iran, and the Gulf states in particular. A ceasefire must not become just a pause before war begins again. Every effort should be made, I suggest, to involve the religious authorities and leaders first in securing and upholding a ceasefire, and then in negotiations for permanent peace. I turn now to Iran, which I once visited for a holiday in 2010. I disclaim, however, all special knowledge, but I do commend to our government the article by Major General Shaw in the tablet for 29th of June. He writes with authority as a former Assistant Chief of the Defence Staff and as a former commander of the multinational division in Basra. He rightly points out that Iran is the only major Shia state in existence and that Britain has never suffered a terrorist attack from Shia Muslims. I would go further to suggest that the recent Iranian elections and the reported release of some, or maybe all, women prisoners give grounds for re-examining our policy towards Iran. Will our government restore at least low-level diplomatic relations? Full relations could be tied to cooperation over Syria, the treatment of minorities everywhere, and progress on nuclear issues. Iran should not be seen as a necessary enemy or as part of any axis of evil. The United States has understandable memories of the kidnapping of its diplomats. Saudi Arabia and Israel, for their different reasons, are likely to wish to prevent détente between the United States and Iran. I trust that we will be more statesmanlike than that, as was indeed suggested by my noble friend, Lord Williams of Baglan. And we could remember also that Iran could be constructive over Afghanistan and that it has its own Kurdish minority population. There is a theory that Syria is a purely Arab matter. The Arab League, alas, has not been able to bring peace. Non-Arab states, such as Turkey, Iran, and Israel, are inevitably involved. Israel could, I suggest, help enormously in at least two ways. It could declare its willingness to negotiate peace and the future of the Golan with a Syrian government ruling with the consent of its own people. Secondly, it could indicate that it is satisfied to own some 78% of pre-war Palestine without coveting complete control over the remainder. If international guarantees are necessary, they must be given. Israel, however, should prepare to take its place alongside its neighbours and to play the part in the whole region for which it is uniquely qualified. Decades of hostility and mistrust have to be overcome. To do so, Israel should work its passage and prepare its own citizens for peace. Is that in line, I ask, with Her Majesty's government policy? I do hope so. I conclude with a brief mention of Palestinian refugees in Syria. There were 500,000 of them. They tried at first to be neutral, but alas, Syrian government forces have destroyed two camps at Al-Ramle near Latakia and Deraa near Jordan. Many have by now fled into Lebanon and Jordan. So I conclude by asking, will Her Majesty's government earmark specific funds for the urgent needs of those Palestinians.
My Lords, I welcome this debate, but I'm extremely regretful of the circumstances which have triggered such discussions. I would like to thank my noble friend, the Minister, for introducing the debate. My Lords, whilst we are today focusing on the Middle East as a region, there is no doubt that the appalling situation in Syria is currently taking centre stage. I'm horrified on a daily basis at the news reports of both the escalating conflict and, even more importantly, the humanitarian crisis resulting from it. My Lords, tensions were high at the initial outbreak of the violent protest in 2011. Few could have predicted that 2 years later, 93,000 people would have lost their lives and that the death rate would still be accelerating. The potential for a large regional sectarian war between the Sunni and Shia Muslims is now dangerously close, and the bloodshed and political divide could spiral even further out of control. My Lords, I'm very worried about the rift between the Sunnis and Shias, which unfortunately is accelerating. This does disturb me as a Muslim, but I feel that everyone should be concerned about how this situation is now developing. I share the wider desire to see President Assad's regime brought to an end and was excited at the increasing prospect of such an outcome late last year. About 3 years ago, I did visit Syria with other parliamentarians, and we spoke to President Assad at some length. He seemed a reasonable man at that time, but his attitude and behavior is now totally unacceptable. But, my Lords, as we should have learned so very well by now, true victory will not be won for the people of Syria or indeed any country if the overthrowing of evil is not accompanied by a good and stable substitution. I know many colleagues share my concerns at the rather fragmented makeup of what we are rather sweepingly referring to as the opposition forces. I appreciate the efforts made in the formation of the national coalition of these forces last year, but I think we must acknowledge that it is beset by its own problems, perhaps most notably with the resignation of its own leader in March and remaining generally factious and divided. It is also unable to assert proper command over many of the rebel groups, as it is unable to develop or offer any substantial support in respect of the humanitarian crisis. But I will find great concern at the fact that their principle is not to engage in any dialogue or negotiations with the regime. In reality, this illustrates a continued desire to fight this battle through sheer physical force, despite the incalculable pain and suffering this conflict has already caused to millions of people. Whilst I abhor the grotesque practices and governance of President Assad, I also find myself unable to fully support a group who exists by this philosophy. My Lords, with the ideology for the future of Syria so varied, in some cases even contradictory, and with no will to engage in negotiations with their enemies, it simply cannot be right for us or any other country to pledge unyielding support to them in the wider sense unless the various factions can get together and be a more cohesive force. My Lords, I'm very supportive of the non-lethal assistance we have so far provided. I believe such technical advice, training and basic equipment will help them to better protect themselves and other civilians. And I was pleased to hear the Prime Minister commit to doubling this assistance by the end of this year. But the decision that some are calling for us to put our powerful weapons designed to cause maximum damage and often death into the hands of people lacking a true unified ideology carries with it many, many concerns. It would, in my opinion, be dangerous, costly, and frankly a substantial risk to both the Syrian people and the opposition members themselves. We also cannot be sure as to where such weapons will actually end up once distributed on the ground. I know the Foreign Secretary has made it clear that if arms are provided, they would not be allowed to fall into the hands of extremists. But I'd like a little further clarity on exactly how we can guarantee such a claim. In addition to this, we must strongly consider what would happen to such arms when the conflict finally does come to an end, whatever the outcome. My lords, one only has to cast their mind back to the Libyan crisis and the subsequent exhausted efforts by the West in sourcing and retrieving the plethora of weapons that were lost in the post-war crisis. Supplying arms would seem to be a slightly contradictory move in that it poses a threat to very long-term stability some believe we can achieve by arming the rebels in the first place. We are making this decision not just in the interest of the conflict outcome, but also in the interest of the safety and security of the Syrian people who continue to suffer so greatly. My lords, in May this year, I was privileged to be invited by His Majesty the King of Jordan to visit his country with a party of British politicians. Before our visit, I spoke briefly in Your Lordship's House back in April on the subject of refugees fleeing in Syria, in particular those who have crossed the border into Jordan and are settling there. I would like to make a reference to this once more. Over the course of 5 days in Jordan, our delegation had the opportunity to discuss many of the political, social, and financial challenges facing the country. One of the most significant impressions that we were left with is the plight of refugees fleeing across the border from Syria. About 400,000 Syrian refugees have fled to Jordan, and of those, nearly half arrived in the first quarter of this year. As the crisis in Syria deepens, the pressure on neighboring countries such as Jordan gets harder and harder to address. For example, Jordan anticipates a large number of Syrians seeking refugees there during the remainder of this year. Refugees in dedicated camps, as I was able to witness during my visit, are being well looked after and cared for in the circumstances. The Zatari camp alone provides home for some 140,000 refugees, and the total refugee population at present makes up of about 6% of the entire Jordanian population. The situation will be aggravated by influx of other refugees. Jordan is a country which has experienced a slowdown in economic growth, and their budget deficit is already creating a challenge. Jordan's ability to address this fiscal issue is hampered by the chaos in Syria. They need more help to address the cost of the crisis. In the medium term, there are also grave implications for public services in Jordan. Jordan is allowing Syrian children to register in schools at no cost, and some 80 new schools are anticipated to be needed in the coming year. Similar pressures are to be found in healthcare. There is crisis of resources, and hospital expansions will be necessary to provide for the needs of a growing refugee population. Last year, this crisis cost Jordan about $251 million. The cost this year is projected to be staggering $851 million. My lords, Jordan is an impressive country, but it's finding it difficult to cope with the situation, and there are severe pressures inflicted on the country. As an international community, we have a duty to see that more should be done and the costs are not borne by Syria's neighbours alone. The UK is one of the largest bilateral donors to Syrian crisis. We have provided £171 million of vital assistance for refugees who have fled the Assad regime. This includes £26 million for support for Jordan. The Prime Minister announced that there will be further amounts provided at the recent G8 conference. My Lords, our funding is providing food as well as clean drinking water. The UK has also provided clinical care and counselling to the refugees. I would like to commend our government for the valuable support and help we have provided and continue to provide to the countries affected by the Syrian crisis. My Lords, it's clear that a long-term solution to the conflict is some way off. The government is to be congratulated for what it has done to seek to engage diplomatic pressures for the effective international response. The Secretary of State has shown real leadership and the Prime Minister worked really hard. I welcome the government's efforts to achieve peace and bringing various parties to the negotiating table. I hope we will see the proposed Geneva II conference taking place. In my opinion, the only solution is going to be for properly negotiated political settlement, one that involves Russia and, if possible, Iran. Only by bringing the interest of everyone to the table, we will be able to have the progress that is comprehensive enough to make a difference that will actually endure. I feel that the military action alone will not resolve the crisis in Syria. I also fear that if we increase military support to the opposition forces, Russia will augment their support to President Assad and the crisis will spiral further. Different parties must talk to one another and arrive at an acceptable solution. We achieved the right results in Libya by military intervention, but circumstances are very different in Syria. We would, of course, all like to see a freer, more accountable Middle East with governments that are more democratic and engaging with their people.
My Lords, last Thursday, the Noble Baroness Wolsey, to whom I'm grateful for opening this debate, was asked point blank by the Baroness Faulkner Margravine, given the assurances of the Prime Minister in the House of Commons, and I paraphrase, whether there would be a vote prior to any decision to give arms to the Syrian opposition, and what would be the arrangements in the recess. I regret to say that the briefing of the Minister of State did not deal adequately with the situation. She said the House of Commons would have the opportunity to discuss the issue. And as to the situation, if Parliament was not sitting, she would consult. Today she was much clearer. She said, if I got the words correct, Parliament would be engaged, and I think, she said, Parliament would have to agree. The Prime Minister on the 19th of June said, we have a big commitment to come to the House to explain, vote, and all the rest of it. But obviously governments have to reserve the ability to take action swiftly on this or other issues. Of course, in the development of what I believe is now a convention for parliamentary approval, there has to be such a reserve powers for speedy action if the country is in danger. But this is not that kind of situation. It must be made abundantly clear, and I hope it has, if not, perhaps it can be repeated, of the commitment of the government to a vote of approval and to spell out what happens in the recess. It used to be said that going to war did not need parliamentary approval. Technically, we have not declared war since declaring it against Siam in 1942 for a whole host of legal reasons. The most usual scenario now is armed conflict
or the commitment of troops. In the past, governments were able to act under the royal prerogative, what Churchill deemed the people's prerogative. All that is changing. Parliamentary approval to the war in Iraq broke new ground. Couple this with the report of your Lordship's Constitutional Committee in 2006, to whom the noble and learned Lord Mayhew and I gave evidence as former Attorney Generals, the convention of the need for parliamentary approval is firmly developing. Short of some extreme crisis. I find it difficult to visualize a situation where armed conflict would be undertaken without parliamentary approval. I would argue that the supply of arms, with the possibility of mission creep, comes very near to engaging in armed conflict, and there would be a need there too for parliamentary approval. Indeed, I would like to hear the argument why it would not be covered by the growing convention. Not for the first time, the Security Council is paralyzed. There is no Security Council resolution that I know of that would permit the supply of arms. Arming the rebels could be seen as illegal and an illegal use of force contrary to Section 2.4 of the Charter. I note that in May 2013, the European Union lifted its arms embargo, meaning that the transfer of arms, subject to certain conditions, could be legal under European law. There could be at least 5 legal objections to supplying arms after the lifting of that embargo. Even the Arms Trade Treaty, signed in June of this year, yet to be ratified, does require states to abide by the United Nations Charter. I would, of course, and I would counsel the necessity, I would counsel a close examination of the vulnerability at international law of the United Kingdom if it implemented the European Union's lifting of the ban. Much as we are enjoined and have a duty, both as ministers, politicians, and the armed forces, to obey international law, there are precedents in certain circumstances where there is an overwhelming humanitarian disaster for acting in the absence of an appropriate Security Council resolution. In 1991, my predecessors as law officers enunciated the germination and blessed the doctrine of intervention in the absence of a security resolution to provide for a no-fly zones to protect the Kurds and the Marsh Arabs in Iraq. As the Attorney General, I was faced with a similar impasse in the case of Kosovo, where I had to hone and develop the doctrine and to provide what I believed in those particular circumstances was a legal basis for ministers and the armed forces to act. Representing the United Kingdom, I had to defend our stance for 5 long days in the International Court at The Hague. It is possible, whatever my views about non-humanitarian intervention at all, it may have to be prayed in aid in the circumstances of Syria if parliamentary approval is obtained. Let me set out briefly what I believe are the necessary requirements following Kosovo. First, there has to be convincing evidence, generally accepted by the international community as a whole, of extreme humanitarian distress on a large scale requiring immediate and urgent relief. I have no doubt that this is satisfied. Secondly, there is in all the circumstances no practical alternative to the use of force if lives were to be saved. This is much more difficult. It depends on the action proposed, and judgment has to be exercised. Thirdly, the proposed use of force, in this case the supply of arms, is necessary and proportionate to the aim proposed, the relief of humanitarian need, and was strictly limited in time and scope to this aim, that is, that it was the minimum necessary to achieve the aim. I would argue that the supply of arms could be deemed to come under what might be called the rubric. The doctrine is not without controversy. The views of some distinguished academics, perhaps from their comfort of their ivory towers, find the doctrine unacceptable. I respect them. They did not have to face the overwhelming humanitarian disaster that I had to face and to advise my colleagues. Others take the same view. Having set out what I believe are the legal grounds which might justify acting, given the history of intervention in Afghanistan and Iraq, I would nevertheless counsel against any intervention until we are satisfied that there is very wide acceptance of whatever action we take, and we are confident that our actions are both right and will work to bring peace to these long-suffering communities. Wars used to last 4 to 5 years. Now 10 years and more go by very quickly. As a relatively small nation in economic terms, is it in the national interest to embark on such intervention without much broader unanimity across the world? Thank you.
Yeah. My Lords, the noble Lord, Lord Morris of Aberavon, began his intervention by quoting my noble friend, Lady Faulkner of Margravine, in the question that she had asked the noble Baroness, the Minister, quite recently, about whether, if the government were minded to provide weapons in Syria to the opposition, your Lordship's House would have an opportunity to express a view. And as the noble Lord made clear, the noble Baroness was unable to give a full and clear reply. She has, it seems to me, moved things forward a little today in her introductory speech, for which I thank her, as other noble lords have done, and for the opportunity of today's debate. However, my lords, it seems clear, even at this stage in the debate, that there is a very strong resistance to the idea that the government should move to arming the rebels, or participating in the arming of the rebels. And so I would seek a specific assurance from my noble friend that were the government at any stage minded to move in that direction, that today's debate would not be regarded as an appropriate calling in of advice from your Lordship's House.
That's right.
And that there would be a subsequent debate, as has been undertaken for the other place, whether or not your Lordship's House is in recess or not. In other words, this is a very major issue, and I wish to say why I think it is so. All of us, when the Berlin Wall came down and the Cold War drew to a close, rejoiced at the opportunity for a change in the world order that we had grown up with. A world order in which it seemed clear that there were the good guys and the bad guys, and we were the good guys on our side. But the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Truro, in a very interesting and, I think, important speech, advised us against regarding foreign policy as best conducted on the basis of good and evil. And when a Right Reverend Prelate tells us to be careful about regarding things on the basis of good and evil, I think we would be wise to pay attention. And I think he was right. Because the possibility arose for us at that time of a new world order being constructed on a different basis. A multipolar world, where there would be various kinds of arrangement and engagement. But, my lords, I'm afraid to say that we failed to achieve that. We paid attention to a long-term intervention in Afghanistan when perhaps something much shorter and sharper would have been appropriate, if anything was. We got ourselves embroiled in Iraq in a way that was completely inappropriate. I did support the intervention in Libya, but we must accept that there have been untoward consequences too in other countries around, apart altogether from the situation in Libya itself. But the most important thing, my lords, is that in failing to create a new world order which was multipolar and robust, we left a vacuum of power structures, and nature abhors a vacuum. And so when the Arab awakening arises, it arises without any kind of structure that can enable people to move forward in appropriate ways. And what we find is something much more destructive, regressive and chaotic. And the borders, my lords, do not provide a structure anymore. Not least because the people who live in those countries don't regard them as borders that they created, but also because they see themselves not principally as nation states, but as people whose responsibilities and relationships are far outside the nation state and depend much more on tribal and religious and other trans-border responsibilities and relationships and loyalties. And so, my lords, when I look at the situation in Syria, I fear that having had the opportunity of moving to a new world order that was not based on one side and the other, good and evil, black and white, we're falling back into precisely that, and perhaps with many of the same actors. For in the case of Syria, it does not seem to me that it's simply a question of Mr. Assad and his colleagues as over against Syrian rebels. I see Russian warships again in the Eastern Mediterranean, lining up and saying to Mr. Obama, no, I'm sorry, we draw a line, not just, although it is the case, as noble lords have said, that Mr. Assad is seen as Russia's man in the region, but also, I believe, because Mr. Putin is saying to the United States, stop recurrently operating without Security Council resolutions. Stop taking it upon yourself to decide what you and a coalition of your willing colleagues will do. That is not international law. That is not an international order that we will accept. And so we are drawing a line, and we're going to give support to Mr. Assad, whether he's a good guy or a bad guy, because there's a bigger question here, of whether or not you're going to respect some kind of order, or whether you will be the determinant of order. And I think Mr. Obama realises that, and I think he's a little bit cautious. My lords, it would not be a good thing for this country to be the one that was liaising with Senator Kerry to push President Obama into some kind of intervention. It's easy to pillory President Assad, but I remember the first time that I went to Damascus some years ago, it was specifically because I felt that Syria was an important area, and I wanted to meet with the foreign minister to see was there any possibility of an agreement between Israel and Syria at that time, because there were some indications that there was a preparedness to engage. And indeed, they said, yes, we would like to try to find a way of engaging and finding a peace agreement, because we believe peace in the region would be worthwhile. Is the British government prepared to engage? Well, my lords, the British government did engage, but it engaged with a finger-wagging diplomacy that said, if you don't do what we say, then it will be worse for you. I returned again, this time to meet President Assad, but unfortunately his brother died just the day before I arrived. So I went again to meet with Walid Muallem, the foreign minister. Still, there was a preparedness to engage. That opportunity was not taken up either, my lords. And so we find ourselves with everything deteriorating, much blood being spilt, an ease with which people can say, this is the good guys and this is the axis of evil. But in truth, my lords, some of those whom we regard as our allies have been contributing to some of the difficulties in the region. My noble friend, Lord Ashdown, pointing out the weapons coming, if not from the Saudi Arabian government, at least from Saudi Arabian business pockets and from the Qataris. So, my lords, I say we need to be cautious. Not cautious about engaging at all. On the contrary, I think we need to be energetic. When there is a problem of this kind that threatens to blow out all over the place, we need to try to help create some security in the region. We need to be more energetic in helping to sustain the stability of Jordan, of Lebanon, and certainly when I was there recently, I was much more disturbed when I came away than before I went, because it was clear things were deteriorating very quickly indeed. Even Turkey, which, my lords, we thought was a relatively stable country, on its eastern borders is no longer as stable as it was, and even within the country itself, difficulties are arising. And of course, in Iraq, well, we have not contributed to an entirely stable Iraq, that much is clear. So, my lords, I don't say that we should be staying out of the problem. We have relationships and an understanding of the region which is substantially greater than many other countries. And we should use that relationship and that understanding of the history of the region. Secondly, we should be doing all that we can to encourage others to assist in the stability of countries like Jordan, Lebanon, Iraq, and Turkey. The humanitarian problems they have are enormous. And by the way, not all the refugees who are coming are unarmed refugees. Let's be quite reminiscent of that. We must understand that the outcome in Syria may or may not leave Mr. Assad in place. We do not know. I've often heard governments, including governments in London, saying they would never negotiate with this or that or the other rascal, only to find themselves doing exactly that 5 or 10 or 20 years later. I remember saying that we would have to talk with the Taliban, and was told I was a naive fool who was on the wrong side. Well, my lords, now we're negotiating with them at a time when it's far too late. And when they know perfectly well they only have to sit tight for a few more months and watch us depart, tail between legs. Had we negotiated with them at the right time, there might have been some possibility, I put it no stronger than that, some possibility of a different outcome. So we must be a little careful, but we should be energetic, not sitting back, not avoiding getting involved, not providing weapons in a situation where there are more than enough, but being energetically involved in trying to persuade our allies and those with whom we differ that the future is to be found in trying to stabilise the region. For if not, I fear my noble friend Lord Ashton is right. We may be looking at the beginning of a bloody Sunni Shia civil war across the whole of the region. And by the way, my lords, it will affect us here. I've already had colleagues at the other end of the building telling me about Shia constituents who are worried about what is going to happen when some of their Sunni colleagues in their own constituencies in London start to take these things onto the streets here. This is not just about faraway places, my lords, or faraway problems. And therefore we should be energetic in our engagement, in diplomacy, not in providing weapons.
The opportunity to debate events in the Middle East could not be more timely nor more necessary, and it will not, I fear, be the last occasion those words or their equivalent will be uttered, given the near certainty that we face a long period of instability in the Middle East region, and the rumbles of thunder from Tahrir Square last night are a reminder of that. While it may indeed be true, as a number of commentators have observed, that Britain's capacity to wield influence in the Middle East is on the decline, and while it is certainly true that our capacity to exert influence there, acting on our own, has all but disappeared, we should not ignore the uncomfortable reality that the Middle East has a continuing, perhaps a growing capacity to influence us, whether in terms of our energy security, of the threat of terrorism, of a rising flow of refugees and asylum seekers, or of the risk of spreading hostilities on Europe's doorstep. So neither complacency nor hand-wringing inertia are likely to be the best way to promote and defend our national interests. I intend to focus my remarks today on 3 topics: the civil war in Syria, the prospects for negotiations with Iran following that country's recent presidential election, and that well-known oxymoron, the Middle East peace process. Now, during the 2.5 years since Syria began its slide into civil war, no party has emerged with any credit, and none has achieved any of its objectives in a sustainable way. While the regime of Bashar al-Assad has hung on by the skin of its teeth, it has lost all legitimacy, and it has committed horrendous war crimes for which one must hope that it will one day be held to account. The insurgents, while controlling substantial parts of the country, have not yet rid themselves of the Assad regime, have not achieved a convincing degree of unity, and have not reassured the minorities in Syria that they would be secure in a post-Assad Syria. And the insurgents have undoubtedly committed a number of human rights abuses themselves. The international community has been prevented by a series of Russian and Chinese vetoes in the UN Security Council for fulfilling its responsibility to protect the Syrian civilian population from a regime which has seen fit to bombard them with Scud missiles, cluster bombs, and in all probability poison gas. It's frankly a sorry story, and one which should discourage us from thinking that more of the same policies will bring about results. And I do have to say, having listened to the noble prelate, the Bishop of Truro, speaking about good and evil, about which I'm sure he's a better judge than I am, I would still assert that what the Assad regime, father and son, have done to civilians is evil. The hard fact is that the longer the civil war continues, the worse the outcomes are likely to be for all concerned. The signs of regional instability spreading out beyond Syria's borders are there for all to see, in particular in the Lebanon. So it's in that context of abject failure that one needs to judge the government's decision to prevent any extension of the EU's arms embargo on Syria. I think myself they were entirely justified in doing that. The analogy is not so much with Bosnia in the 1990s as the noble Lady Faulkner said with the Spanish Civil War of the 1930s, when the democracies, Britain and France, imposed an arms embargo while the dictators, Germany and Italy, poured in arms and soldiers. Now Russia and Iran play that role, and Russia is preparing to send to Syria a weapons system, the S-300, which will have major regional destabilizing results. Well, the Spanish story didn't end terribly well, and nor would an extension of the EU's arms embargo on Syria have done so. Now, since the decision was made to drop the EU arms embargo, a debate has raged in this country and in this House this afternoon over whether or not to arm the insurgents. The debate has focused on that issue almost to the exclusion of all other aspects of the Syrian crisis, when we should surely, I would argue, be taking a wider look at the challenges we face. Amidst all the denunciation of arms supplies, the gold medal for hyperbole and opportunism must surely go to the Mayor of London. Not all the arguments deployed against supplying arms seem to me, in fact, terribly convincing. Will refusing to supply weapons make us less vulnerable to terrorist attacks in the future? I doubt it. Will the likelihood that some of the weapons will fall into the wrong hands put us directly at risk? But our soldiers in Afghanistan are not being killed by the arms the West supplied in the 1980s, but by improvised explosive devices. Is enabling the insurgents to hold their ground better against Assad really contrary to our interests? I doubt that too. Here then are three elements of a wider strategy which I suggest we might consider pursuing. Firstly, we should put much more effort and emphasis into the earliest possible convening of a negotiating conference, and should seek to underpin that conference with a robust UN Security Council resolution based on Kofi Annan's and Lakhdar Brahimi's ideas for a transition. Secondly, instead of haggling with the Russians over whether or not Assad's forces have already used sarin and other poison gas, we should concentrate on preventing any further use of it by tabling a UN Security Council resolution requiring Assad to admit UN chemical weapons inspectors and to give them unfettered access to any sites where past or future allegations of use are made. And thirdly, we should seek to agree with the Russians and Chinese that none of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council would send any weapons or ammunition to Syria during the period up to and including the negotiating conference, a self-denying ordinance which could be extended if all parties were negotiating a transition in good faith. This would underline the crucial role of the conference in future decisions about the supply of weapons. Turning now to Iran, and I do hope that the Noble Lady the Minister will fill the lacuna in her opening statement about that country when she comes to reply to the debate, it is no doubt wise to be cautious about overstating the significance of last month's presidential election. We have yet to see what sort of negotiating hand the new president will be given by the supreme leader. But the fact that an election with genuine elements of democracy occurred and was accepted in place of the travesty of 2009 must surely be welcome, as must be the shift from the raucous populism of Ahmadinejad's public pronouncements. So when negotiations with the 3+3 do resume, there could be a genuine opportunity, and it could be just about the last one on offer as Iran's nuclear program advances. Now, that Grand Master of modern diplomacy, Henry Kissinger, advocated that in negotiations with obdurate adversaries, he was, of course, talking about the North Vietnamese, it was worked better to put a substantial package of compromises on the table rather than to proceed with an incremental approach of small steps, which is what the 3+3 have tended to deploy up to now. That would seem to me sage advice at the present juncture with Iran. Should we not now be ready to accept that Iran can continue with a program of low-level enrichment so long as intensive international monitoring through the IAEA's additional protocol and probably other special inspection mechanisms are put in place? And would it not be wise for us to encourage the US to open up in parallel a direct channel of communication with the new president of Iran? In conclusion, and very briefly, a word about the Middle East peace process. However discouraging the auguries, this is surely no time to subject the new US Secretary of State, who seems to me to be rolling up his sleeves with a will, to a deluge of cynical disparagement, as so many commentators are doing. Rather, we too should be thinking of ways to help the process forward. Should we not be thinking of imaginative ways in which Israeli settlements on the West Bank could remain within a Palestinian state, and Israeli Arab citizens could find a more secure place within an Israeli state? It's a long time since any new element was introduced into that longest-running dialogue of the deaf, and I wonder whether it's not time to think a bit wider than we have done hitherto.
It was a privilege to follow the Noble Lord Hannay, who was also always very thought-provoking in his ideals. And in fact, the only one which I would take issue with is more a moral point, not a foreign policy point, about the line between good and evil. And I just think it's far too often we hear this portrayed in public discourse, particularly about foreign policy, that there is some unblemished good person and there is some despicable bad person, and we are aligning ourselves with the good, and then when we actually intervene we find out that the good weren't quite as good as we thought, and after we've intervened we find out that the bad weren't quite as bad as we thought. And I was reminded of that line by Alexander Solzhenitsyn in Gulag Archipelago, where he reminded us that the line between good and evil runs not through religious groups or through nation states, but through each and every human heart. And I think that that is something we need to bear in mind as well. Can I pay tribute to my noble friend, the Baroness Razi, for introducing this debate? Lord Morris
reminded us that she was on duty in this House on Thursday last week answering questions. And here she is again today, and of course intervening over the weekend. She's been in Afghanistan and Pakistan and I think even Kazakhstan, is that right? Looking for an indication, but she's amazing in her energy and dynamism, and I think if there was ever an award for value for money from Her Majesty's ministers, then she would come top of the list in my view. Like most people, I've been moved deeply by the scenes that we've seen every day from Syria. In fact, I was moved last year during the period of the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I couldn't quite bring myself to sit and enjoy the idea that everybody was celebrating this great party in London, when many of the parties to that great party in London were actively engaged in a humanitarian disaster in Syria. And so I went, probably fairly naively, in many people's view, across to Lebanon to try and offer some humanitarian assistance, and ended up in the Bekaa Valley and saw the wonderful work that organisations like World Vision were doing there. And one of the things which struck me, strangely, during that time, one of the items of hope that we have, was that I'd expected to see these mass refugee camps in the Bekaa Valley, and I didn't, and I asked where they were, and it's because such is the generosity and the hospitality of the people in that region. They'd all been taken into their homes. And the humanitarian aid which was actually being distributed to the people who were taken in, the refugees from Syria, because they would give them literally their last cup of flour, their last glass of water. And I found that quite moving to see that. And in the evening, after a couple of days of doing that, we went to, I think it's Zahale, which overlooks, it's a Christian town which overlooks the Bekaa, and I met in his home a very gracious academic from Damascus who had been exiled here with his family, and we sat and discussed, and as is the want of politicians, we all kind of want to know, what the quick fix is, what needs to be done. And he said at one point, in a very sort of heavy Arab accent, he said, you need to understand history. And I said, well, tell me about it. He said, no. He said, you need to understand your history in our history. And again, I didn't quite understand. And so he went through it patiently again to explain to me, to go back. The best thing that I could do was not necessarily to be there in that situation, but was to actually go back and to understand more about our country's history in that region. I didn't go back to London, but I did go back to Beirut, and thanks to a backstage pass at the American University of Beirut, I managed to get access to a comprehensive reading list, and sat in cafe bars in Hamra reading up on what had happened. And I was, to be quite frank, quite amazed by it, because there was so much of the history I didn't appreciate, without going out, but stretching right back to 1798 and the Napoleonic invasion of Syria, which then led the British to feel that their line of supply to India, the jewel in the crown of the empire, was potentially under threat, and it immediately decided to invade Afghanistan. So we had the first Anglo-Afghan war, because Afghanistan was to be a buffer state. So we didn't like the person who was in charge, so we changed them and put someone that we thought was more favourable to us in their place. They didn't last long, and 30 years later we were back involved in the second Anglo-Afghan war, this time with a larger force to back up a rather despotic leader who oppressed mercilessly his people, but in exchange he allowed his foreign policy to be dictated literally by the British. That continued for a period of time, and then the Russians, who also had interests and wanted to make moves towards India, then also expressed a certain desire to have a greater stake in Afghanistan, and that then led to a carve-up between Russia and Britain, no Afghans were involved, along the Durand lines. And if there's one thing that I think history tells us about British foreign policy is that the one area that we're deficient is actually drawing lines on a map. We don't seem to have a particularly good track record of doing it, whether it was Radcliffe in India and Pakistan, East and West Pakistan, or whether it was Durand there, or whether it was Sykes and Pico in Syria. But the point of the matter is that we went on with that, and we made that agreement, and then further agreements went up and, of course, culminated in the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, which the noble Lord Wood mentioned in his excellent, I thought, introductory speech to this debate. And so we went through how it was divided up under the Mesopotamian Mandate. And I was reading through through the eyes of people like Gertrude Bell and T. Lawrence and Aubrey Herbert. And my eyes were open to what was happening across there. And it was something that, after that, for a period of time, I realised how important that was, that we needed to understand how we are viewed in that region. So when we actually come in with thoughts of perhaps arming one particular group, or when we come in and talk about intervening in one particular area, it can be misconstrued. In fact, I noticed that there are 3 historians in the British Foreign Office, and my right honourable friend, the Foreign Secretary, as a historian, I know is very keen to expand the historical access that we have in the Foreign Office. And the current Foreign Office historian remarked that some of the people in Helmand think today that the reason why the British are actually present in Helmand is actually to avenge the defeats of the first, second and third, I forgot to mention the third, Anglo-Afghan wars. And therefore understanding history is a crucially important part of it. It was Edmund Burke who said that those who don't know history are destined to repeat it. And I think understanding more about how we are perceived, we might draw a few conclusions from that. The first one is that I don't think we have the basis, I don't think we have the moral authority to act alone in that region. I mean, going back 200 years is one thing. I have to say the past 10 years or 20 years hasn't been too distinguished either. And I think we need to be very, very conscious of that. The only means by which we can engage in the Middle East is through the United Nations, in my view. That would be the only legitimate way of doing it. The fact that we can't do more through the United Nations is in many ways a result of what happened when the Chinese and the Russians felt that they were duped in certain resolutions relating to Iraq and Libya. So that the first thing we could do is to actually repair those relations with China and with Russia, so we actually get a unified voice. But I don't think there's any doubt that the future for the Middle East lies in the hands of the people of the Middle East, and they have got to resolve this themselves there. And I think part of our contribution to that would be to acknowledge, whether it be the Russians during their imperialist time, the French during their imperialist time, the Germans with the whole episode of the Berlin to Baghdad railway before the last war, the British ourselves, the Americans recently, that far too often we have seen that the Middle East is something of a plaything, something of an instrument which has to be tackled. And I leave with this quote, because one quote which I came across was from George Curzon, who went on to be a British Foreign Office Minister, who went on to be Viceroy of India. And he categorised that whole period of 19th century intervention in the Middle East as the great game. And this is what he said. He said, Turkestan, Afghanistan, Transcapia, Persia. To many these names breathe only utter remoteness. But to me, they are pieces on a chessboard on which we have been playing out a game for the dominion of the world. We do have a history in that region. That is part of the problem in that region. And I think being honest and open about that, and seeking to engage with people, to encourage them to make their own future without foreign intervention, is the only way forward.
My Lords, it's always good to hear the Noble Lord Bates in our debates. He brings a real sense of deep humanitarian commitment, of learning, and of analysis informed by human reality. And I think those are great assets in our deliberations, and for which we should all be grateful on all sides of the House. My Lords, at the end of last week, I was in Israel and Jordan, and I was having a wide range of very interesting conversations. I must say that as I listened to the Noble Baroness introducing the debate, I thought that what she was saying related very well to the preoccupations in those conversations. But what was telling during the few days I was there in that part of the world this time was the almost total preoccupation with Egypt. And I do think this House must take what is happening in Egypt extremely seriously, because it's not impossible that what is happening in Egypt, if it deteriorates still further out of control, could put our current preoccupations in a different perspective, because we will be absolutely consumed with the implications of what has happened. Clearly, the issue is highly complex, and it affects the stability of the whole region. I was very challenged. I thought it was a very interesting contribution by the Noble Lord Ashdown. I think I'm going to refer to it in future as the Ashdown analysis. I think that too has to be taken very seriously. What is really going on, and what is really the strategic situation in which we're caught up? We just look at the moment, just some illustrations of that. The pressure on Turkey and how that interplays into domestic politics within Turkey. The involvement to which the Noble Lord Ashdown referred of Iran, of course, and the game that Iran is probably playing. The destabilization again of Lebanon. Just in the last 10 days, serious casualties in northern Lebanon. The possibility of a collapse again of order in Lebanon. Tension on the border with Israel. And in this a new factor, the expansionist ambitions of Hamas, thwarted in its attempts to become part of the Middle East process and to have a presence in the deliberations about the future of that particular Palestinian-Israel conflict. This has strengthened the militant elements, in my view, within Hamas, which is leading it into dangerous expansionist experiments. Well, Lords, it's only just a few weeks ago that there were great celebrations in the Foreign Office at the conclusion of the Arms Trade Treaty. This was seen as a triumph of bipartisan, consistent work by a lot of officials and ministers who had really brought about a satisfactory conclusion. I found it quite extraordinary that virtually at the same time this conversation was beginning to develop about the possibility of sending arms to the rebels in Syria. I just couldn't reconcile such a proposal with all the satisfaction that had been taken in the Arms Trade Treaty. Because what was central to the Arms Trade Treaty is, of course, we all know this, we all realise this clearly, obviously, that weapons are very dangerous. But central to the Arms Trade Treaty is that weapons in the wrong hands are very dangerous indeed, and therefore end use is a consideration you must always have in mind when export of arms is taking place. In whose hands will these arms finally end up? How will they be applied? What are the objectives of the people into whose hands ultimately they may land? And also, of course, central to the Arms Trade Treaty was a preoccupation with human rights. And how could we be talking about exporting arms to people who, obviously not on a scale of the Syrian government at all, but nevertheless who are too much involved themselves in crude abuse of human rights? I've never heard these two, as it were, contrary elements in our situation reconciled to my satisfaction, and I just wonder whether we can hear more about that before the debate ends. My Lords, I want to say a word or two about humanitarian assistance. First point to make is that humanitarian agencies in this country are desperate to get access to all parts of Syria and are very anxious that the government should be pursuing this with all possible vigour, not least in the Security Council, by trying to bring the Russians on board, at least on this, that everyone, rebels and government, should be pressurising all parties to the conflict into making access by humanitarian agencies a possibility. And of course, there is a role for the UN Security Council in that context. There's still a need, and there is great credit to the British government for what they have done and the lead they've given in this context, but there's still a tremendous amount to be done in bringing the world to face its responsibilities in terms of fulfilling the pledges that it's given. It's quite cruelly cynical to be at conferences in which great amounts of assistance are pledged which just don't materialise. The current UN appeal is only for 6 months. And in June, only 28% of the $5.2 billion needed had been subscribed. My Lords, in Syria itself, there are 6.8 million men, women and children in desperate need of assistance. Since the conflict erupted, more than 1.5 million people have fled the country and neighbouring countries. Just think of Jordan, where I was last week. A huge burden on Jordan. In one camp alone, the Zatari refugee camp, 150,000 newly arrived Syrians. And that on top of the 550,000 refugees in Jordan as a whole from Syria. And that on top of 600,000 Syrians who were already living in Jordan. If one needed an illustration of the destabilization within the Ashdown analysis as part of the Ashdown scenario being played out, think of that. We like to feel that whatever our profound reservations about human rights in Jordan, Jordan is a relatively stable country, but for how long will Jordan remain stable? Some have estimated that within a very short number of years, 25% of the population of Jordan will be refugees. How does one sustain stability and security in that context? It also puts sometimes, and I'm just allowed to add this, our own preoccupations about the movement of people and immigration and refugees in a very different light when one sees what the Jordanian people themselves are absorbing and carrying, and the burden on them and the effect on their economy and well-being. My Lords, I conclude simply by this observation that all this, in my view, makes a settlement of the Israeli-Palestinian issue more urgent than ever, not less. I absolutely agree with the noble Lord Bates that lasting, enduring solutions have to belong to the people in whose name they are being reached. They can't be imposed. It won't last. It has to be rooted in a conviction across a wide section, cross-section of the population, that this is something they want and believe in. I had conversations last week with the Speaker of Knesset and others, Mr. Epstein. I also had very good conversation with President Assad of the Palestinians. I don't belong to the ranks of those who despair of any movement in the situation. I think tantalizing there is some chance still of progress. But if there is to be progress, one thing is absolutely clear. We have to increase the number of Palestinians and the number of Israelis who are being exposed to each other as people, not as a problem, not as an analysis, not as stigmatized sort of way, but encountering each other as people, hearing each other's perspectives, sharing each other's agonies, sharing the profession of these. I heard a very interesting conference in which the noble lords here were involved, which involved hydrologists which came from both communities who became fascinated by the work they were talking about together. This is essential because it's only in this way that we will create the space around the negotiators for the negotiators to become more flexible, imaginative. And I was very glad to hear that in both the Knesset and amongst Palestinian leadership, an understanding that this was something useful to be done. I was there as chairman of IPU's Middle East Committee, and I hope it's something that IPU may be able to help with.
In the light of many of the interventions made in the House today, including the very powerful arguments of the noble Lord, Lord Ashdown, I hope that the noble lady, the Minister, can assure us that the government will now urgently reconsider whether it is right, sensible, necessary, safe or effective to supply lethal arms to the Syrian opposition. I have seen, as presumably the government have also, conclusive evidence that arms supplied to the Free Syrian Army by Saudi Arabia have ended up in the hands of Jabhat al-Nusra, closely allied as it is with Al-Qaeda. Evidence that must call into question the noble lady's claim in answer to Baroness Simons last week that the government have been, quote, incredibly cautious about ensuring that any equipment does not get into the hands of extremists, unquote. The noble lady, the Minister, has told us again today that no decision has been made to send weapons to the Syrian opposition. But a recent meeting in Doha, at which HNG were represented, is reported to have agreed to provide urgently all necessary material and equipment to the Syrian rebels. The Minister has argued that one purpose of arming the rebels would be to put pressure on President Assad to come to the negotiating table. But, my lords, President Assad has told his Russian allies that he is ready to negotiate. We may not believe him, but he has said that. As far as I know, no single element of the Syrian opposition have agreed to negotiate. My lords, it is an oversimplification to describe this conflict, as I have often, as a Sunni-Shia or Arab-Iranian war. In fact, it started as an uprising, mainly by the majority Sunni population, against a brutal regime
dominated by the minority Alawite sect of which Bashar al-Assad is a member, exacerbated, and this is not often mentioned, by widespread deprivation in Syria caused by 5 years of drought. It has now become a regional conflict between Sunni and Shia forces, backed on the one side by Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and on the other by Iran, Russia, and Hezbollah. The escalation of this proxy war, increasingly involving non-Syrian fighters on both sides, is a threat to the whole region and beyond. It is not a conflict in which Britain has a direct stake. What we do have is an interest in working energetically, as the noble Lord Allardyce has argued, for peace in an unstable area. HMG is not alone in having consistently underestimated the extent to which President Assad and his government can survive this externally fueled onslaught. The military strength that Bashar al-Assad inherited from his father has also been underestimated. Of perhaps equal importance, so has the degree of support which the regime still enjoys from Syrian minorities and indeed from a significant proportion of the Sunni business community. The Prime Minister has claimed that we are trying to help form a transitional government in Damascus, which will respect the rights of Christians and other minorities in Syria. Perhaps I can remind the House of a book by William Dalrymple called From the Holy Mountain, in which he concluded that Christians in Syria in the late 1990s enjoyed greater freedom of worship and absence of discrimination than any other Christian community in the Middle East. We should not underestimate the very real fear of Christians in Syria, now much diminished in number, but which until recently included a large number of Syrian exiles from Iraq, of any likely successor government in Damascus. The same fear must be shared by the Druze and other minorities, including the very small Jewish and Yazidi communities. I am reminded of the couplet by Hilaire Belloc: "Always keep a hold of nurse, for fear of finding something worse." There has been regular and sometimes strident criticism of the Russian support for President Assad and his government, both in the Security Council and over their supply of weapons for the Syrian armed forces. But we should remember, my lords, that the Russians are scared, as they should be, of the impact which a fundamentalist Sunni government in Damascus would have on Russia's own Muslim communities in Chechnya and elsewhere in Central Asia, and indeed on the large Russian and Orthodox community in Syria. As the Russian Foreign Minister put it in an interview on June the 20th, quote, "We need to preserve Syria's territorial integrity, sovereignty, multi-ethnicity, and multi-religious nature," unquote. We should also bear in mind the long strategic relationship which Russia has had with President Bashar al-Assad and his father. In the latter case, as I remember well, the Soviet Union had long had a treaty of friendship dating back to the 1970s. So, my lords, I would argue that the time has come urgently to reconsider our support for and recognition of a deeply divided and dysfunctional Syrian opposition, closely allied with Islamic terrorist movements. I believe that we should now try, with our European and American partners, to resume contact with what I have previously described in this House, and I do not expect my noble friend and former colleague Lord Hannay to agree, as the legitimate government in Damascus. At their meeting on the 22nd of June, the Friends of Syria core group, in which the Foreign Secretary took part, said that they supported reaching a political solution and affirmed their prior commitments in favour of negotiations. I hope that the Minister can assure us that the government still support the efforts of Ambassador Brahimi and will concentrate now on encouraging and supporting attempts by the Russians and the Americans to convene an international conference at which some end can be negotiated to this tragic and appalling conflict. Whatever its effectiveness on the political track, we must also hope that a conference can help to raise desperately needed assistance for the refugees on a much more sustained and monitored basis. I would be interested to hear the Minister's assessment of the current prospects for such a conference. I hope that we can also use our diplomacy to persuade our friends in the Gulf to think likewise, since it is they who will be more influential than any of us in dictating what happens in Syria in the coming months.
It's always a great pleasure to hear from the Noble Lord with his very considerable experience of the Middle East and Syria in particular. And may I join with all those who have spoken this afternoon in applauding my noble friend the Minister for the comprehensive way in which she has set out her speech today. My Lords, this debate is indeed so timely as we grapple with the horrors of Syria, the instability in the Middle East and indeed in the Maghreb, and a feeling that something must be done. Yet in common with the citizens of France and the United States and others, there is a widespread revulsion in this country against any kind of involvement. Young British lives have been lost in Afghanistan and Iraq because of some poor political and logistical judgments that have dismayed the British people. And of course, we have seen an echo of these problems on our very own streets. My first visit to Syria was after leaving university in the 1970s. In 2000, President Hafez al-Assad died, and the then Foreign Secretary asked me to join him to attend the funeral of the president in Damascus and to meet his son, Bashar, who had happened to become president because of the death of his brother. And indeed, it is worth remembering that there was such a mood of optimism at the time, that this young man who had worked as an ophthalmologist in London, who was secular, married to a British-born wife, could somehow transform and modernize his country. And indeed, there were substantial improvements in the economy, and there was rising prosperity. To a large extent, Syria is self-sufficient in food. And of course, as the Noble Lord has just pointed out, there remained the extraordinary and unique ability of the different communities to coexist so happily there, as indeed Gertrude Bell had observed 100 years ago. And it is worth reminding ourselves of the tragedy of the two archbishops, by contrast, who have been kidnapped, one of whom is a long-standing friend of mine, and the Syrian Catholic priest, who in the most grotesque circumstances was killed only last week. I subsequently became a director of the British Syrian Society and so visited the country often and met President Assad many times. But I have to tell your lordships that when the protests there started over 2 years ago and the Syrian government reacted appallingly, I immediately resigned, and I have been active in trying to assist in humanitarian efforts to that tragic country ever since. Quite simply, we have a weak man trying to be tough. His father, who really was a tough man, would never have landed the country into this tragic situation. And unless the situation in Syria is contained, the consequences are potentially horrendous for other countries. And may I, Lords, just try to deal with some of the external aspects first, and this has been touched on a number of times this afternoon. Firstly, the stability of our good friend Jordan is now clearly at risk and is fragile at the best of times. There are perhaps over 1 million Syrian refugees out of a population of 13.2 million. A small country lacking in resources, notably water. Most refugees are concentrated in the north. Syrians are competing, and this is very difficult, with Jordanians for low-paid jobs, school places and healthcare. Rents have gone up, but tourism has collapsed. The financial and humanitarian situation is dire for Jordan. Its very existence is under pressure, and that, of course, would be a great loss to the stability of the region. And as the Noble Lord Williams so graphically pointed out, the situation in Lebanon is of anything worse, with perhaps 1 million refugees comprising a sizable proportion of the population. The traditional Arab tourism this summer has, of course, not going to take place. The country has suffered, as we all recall, in living memory, from a grotesque civil war, an Israeli invasion, effective Syrian occupation, and having gone through all of this, intercommunal tensions and violence are now tearing at the country's delicate social fabric. Of course, Turkey has a huge problem too, in terms of numbers, and that grows every day. But overreaching this, as the Noble Lord Ashdown said, as indeed did the Noble Lord Sheikh, are the daily eruptions of violence and murder between Sunni and Shia, in spillover in part from what is happening in Syria, whether it is in Pakistan, Iraq, Egypt or Lebanon. The social fabric of Lebanon and Jordan are now very much at risk directly, and the coherence of other countries in the region, because of the splits, of a very ferocious religious variety. My Lords, I simply pose this question. Whatever the difficulties, are the risks of supplying selected weaponry and training to chosen anti-Assad rebel groups greater than the potential immolation of the entire region? Because that is what we are potentially seeing. 100,000 have already been killed. Millions have either been displaced internally or externally. Iran and Russia continue to supply sophisticated weaponry. My Right Honourable friend William Hague and my Honourable friend Alistair Burt have worked tirelessly to find a way forward, as has the Prime Minister. We have been very energetic in humanitarian relief and other support. But we have the obvious situation, and there is no point in being in denial about this, that again and again President Assad has simply refused to consider a political track, whether it has been initiated by the United Nations or the Arab League. For him, it is quite simply regime and personal survival. And that will not change if he thinks his superior weaponry will prevail. Now, of course, we all hope that Geneva too can take place. Our government is certainly helping actively in this pursuit. And indeed, it could provide an opportunity for the new Iranian president to be road tested. But what really needs to emerge is a blueprint, at least in embryonic form at first, which gives some assurance to the Syrian people that their rights, and particularly their minority rights, will be constitutionally protected as part of this process of dialogue. And if necessary, that there will be an international force to oversee this. And it seems to me to be counterproductive, I perfectly accept this, to call for President Assad to go now ahead of any possible dialogue, whatever the justification, and there certainly is a great deal of justification for this. In a totally imperfect situation, therefore, I think the risks of declining to consider even the supplying of sophisticated weaponry and even additional basic equipment like body armor will actually make the dialogue less likely, and that some sort of declaration of constitutional intent should be formulated. The alternative, which is now evolving before our eyes, my lords, risks collapse of at least 2 of the neighbouring countries next door to Syria, and potentially a religious war of medieval proportions.
My lords, we are having a very rich debate in which my noble friend Lord Wood started out by mentioning the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, and then we've been treated with a very good historical account by the noble Lord Howell, Lord Ashdown, and of course Lord Bates gave us a flavour of what he has been reading. I could have spared him all the trouble had he read my book, Rethinking Islamism. I'll do it in 100 pages. Anyway, let me put it this way. I see this, the Syrian civil war, as just one chapter in a 40-year-old crisis of the Islamic society in the Middle East. It started in 1973.
After the third defeat of the Arab armies by Israel, and of course the quadrupling of the oil price, I think what happened that the secular socialist alternative in all countries of the Middle East lost prestige. And a lot of people in the Middle East turned to religion as an answer to their problem. And if you follow that trail through, we could go back to the Sykes-Picot affair, but let me just stick to the 40 years. If you go back to that, what has happened since then, in country after country and between countries, there has been a revival of religion, a hardening of the Sunni Shia identities, and within the Sunni, of course, Wahhabism and Salafism have been encouraged, partly because the Saudis got lots of money from the rising of oil prices. Now, the Iran-Iraq war lasted 8 years, one of the biggest wars in the Middle East. None of us intervened. I mean, we may have supplied arms. None of us intervened. But it was the biggest Shia-Sunni war in the Middle East. We have had, Saddam proceeded to destroy as much as he could all the means of livelihood of the Shia in Iraq. And of course, I did support the Iraq intervention, not because of weapons of mass destruction, because I think Saddam was a danger to his own people. And I think we have to go on thinking in that line further. What we now have is a much more explicitly a chapter in the Shia-Sunni conflict in the Middle East. And it is not going to stop. Whether we intervene or not, whether we have a truce, Geneva II or Geneva VI, the conflict will break out in another location, because this is a deep crisis of the Middle East, of the Muslim society of the Middle East, and it has not yet been resolved because it has to confront modernity, it has to confront its own weak position in the Middle East, and it has to reconcile religion and civic life. So I believe what we have here is something in which we ought to take a much broader view. If we don't intervene now, we will intervene later on. Since this is going to go on, I don't think we have a choice of not intervening. We shall be intervening sooner or later, because this war is not going to come to an end anytime soon. And if we consider this as a sort of long-run Shia-Sunni conflict, we have to sort of think, what are the dangers? And I believe in this case, and for the first time in the last 40 years, there is serious danger of the war being much more general across the Middle East than as in any previous war, such as the Iran-Iraq war. Number of lords have already mentioned that Lebanon is affected, Turkey has been affected, Jordan has been affected, and very soon Israel will be affected. Given what the Russians are giving the Israelis in terms of strategic weapons, it is not much longer before that is going to happen. And that is going to be a general war in the Middle East. As I said, it's nothing to do with whether we intervene or not. The dynamic of the war is such that this is going to end up being a general war in the Middle East. And whether we give weapons or not give weapons, they may either end up with Sunni terrorist group or Shia terrorist groups. What is true is that we are watching a general conflagration in the Middle East. And unless we understand the full dimension of it, we'll be too much preoccupied with our own particular narrow local role in this conflict, and not see that this is a much more general outfit. So I believe what we ought to be thinking of in terms of is the following. Would an intervention now on our part, with all the unintended consequences that the noble Lord Ashton told about, there are always unintended consequences of any action. So I don't think that is anything new. And obviously we will do something wrong, we'll get into a mess, it'll take a long time, but eventually some good may come out of it. And the one good which we would like to come out of it is, will our intervention
either armed intervention or diplomatic intervention, lessen the probability of this crisis continuing for another 40 years. I mean, if we can be sure that what we do, and it'll have to be a general conference on all the Middle East countries, not just on Syria. So the Israel-Palestine question will have to come as part of this. Unless we actually take a view of a very, very comprehensive nature of what is going on here, we will not be able to be effective in our intervention. Obviously, if we intervene, if we have an armed intervention, it would be better if we had friends who came along with us. But the more important thing is we have to get along with our friends and take a comprehensive view of where we could intervene so that the next chapter is not even bloodier than what the chapter already is. And let me say maybe a couple of perhaps controversial bits. Obviously, the two big questions subsequently are going to be Iran and Israel-Palestine problem. I, for myself, have not actually understood why Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. India can have it, Pakistan can have it, Israel can have it. Why can't Iranians? Pakistan was a very unstable democracy, or not a democracy at all, what you call it. The more countries, as more countries have had nuclear weapons since 1945, the lesser has been the probability that anyone will use it. Indeed, nuclear weapons are one of the few weapons which have not been used since their invention, unlike gunpowder. So I think we ought to take a much more broad view of what it is that we object to in Iranian plan to have a nuclear weapon. And obviously it is a fear that if Iran has nuclear weapons, Israel's existence will be threatened. And therefore any general comprehensive dialogue on the Middle East will have to include Iran's ability to have a nuclear weapon, but at the same time guarantee that the Israeli nation will survive and will not be threatened by anybody in the Middle East. And then I think it leads to the Israeli-Palestine problem, and a number of noble lords have talked about it. And I don't believe that the two-state solution has any future. I'm old enough and I've been a member of the Labour Party for 40 years. And some noble lords will remember that we used to have a one-state solution in the Labour Party long time ago. A single, secular, multi-faith state in which Arabs, Muslim Arabs and Jews and Christians can live together. That may not happen, and we will never get peace.
My lords, I would like to add my thanks to the noble lady, Lady Varsi, for putting this very timely debate. And I'm very grateful because we all seem to have heard different things from the statement made by the Minister. And I got the impression that the government was intent on negotiation and that the idea was that there should be quiet diplomacy before any kind of action. And if I have heard right, then I would like to applaud this, and I'm very grateful, because that was what I was going to suggest at the end of my presentation. I think the most important consideration about intervention in the Middle East is whether or not there is going to be a help to yet another fundamentalist group of religious people. And in my experience, both as a teacher of Islamic law and as a teacher of courses on the Middle East, and as someone born and raised in Iran, when religion, rather than citizenship, becomes the badge of identity, that is when death, destruction, and the complete misuse of faith becomes evident. I must say that I do not recognize the presentation of these borderless countries in the Middle East where people don't know their identity and are wondering about modernity. I had the good fortune to be born and raised in Iran. in the century when modernization and secularism was very much part of the experience of people. Not only I was raised as a secular person with my religion accepted, so was my mother, and so was my grandfather. So that in our family, there's at least 3 generations going to the very beginning of the century of accepting secularism without undermining faith. And I actually grew up as a Muslim, and I used to fast with my one non-secular grandmother who was very religious. But at the same time, I was sent to the Catholic school run by the Sisters of Saint Vincent de Paul. I then was sent to a Protestant school in the UK, and I subsequently went to a secular university at York. And at no time did I ever feel defensive about my religion or its lack. As I was growing up, our life was patterned by Islamic feast days and fast days, but at the same time, the Persian New Year dated back 6,000 years to the Zoroastrian eras. And when I was growing up, Muslims, Christians, Jews, Zoroastrians, people of any religion and none, actually lived, worked, intermarried, and had no problems. So much so that I actually learned a great deal about Christianity through my aunt's sister, who is a nun in the UK and has headed a convent. So it seems to me that celebrating diversities, at least in the case of Iran, goes a very long way back. I also fear that I will have to disagree with the noble Lord Desai, who I admire greatly. But it seems to me that the Iran-Iraq war was not about religion. It was very much about borders, and it was very much about fear of religion. And that fear of religion is exactly what we are actually seeing right now in Egypt, by Egyptians who are beginning to realize what fundamentalism, what any ism means. I would suggest that Islamism, as experienced in Saudi, in Iran, and elsewhere, or Zionism, as experienced in Israel and elsewhere, has nothing to do with the teachings of the holy books. It has everything to do with grasping an identity, misinterpreting the texts, and imposing a climate of fear. And imposing a climate of fear of the other, those who do not have our religion. I had no idea who was a Shia or a Sunni. And I still don't, amongst all the Muslims who I work with, and we work with very effectively, thank heaven, in a country where Muslim women can sit in the House of Lords and be ministers. And I would like to wish very much the same thing for much of the Middle East. And I think that is where any intervention on the part of the government that would advantage any religious group, Sunni, Shia, whatever, is going to be highly counterproductive and would actually cause more damage than not intervening at all. Because it seems to me that much of the Middle East is waking up to the fear of Islam, to the fear of what it can do. That is why the Turks are in the streets. That is why the Egyptians are in the streets. That is why there is a real uprising from the people themselves. They do not need to be told, and they certainly do not need intervention that would help a particular religious group and give them any kind of advantage. The situation in the Middle East is tumultuous enough. Things are going from bad to worse. The very last thing that we need as Middle Easterns is any government to help one group rather than another. Now, of course negotiations are difficult. Of course it is not easy to be peacemakers. But in my experience, what the British are fantastically good at is quiet diplomacy. That is, they are where they are sans pareil. There is no other group I know who can work so effectively under the radar. And I think the experience of Afghanistan shows that years of war would result in finally having to sit down with the Taliban and talk to them at a time when it seems impossible. There is no such thing as impossible in diplomacy. What is needed is quiet undercurrents of help, assistance, and of conversations. Please do not arm yet another group of fundamentalists. That, I think, would be a mistake. Thank you.
My Lords, it's always a pleasure to follow the noble Baroness Lady Afshar, and I too would like to thank my noble friend Baroness Varsi for giving us this opportunity to debate this important and timely issue. There have been some exceptional and powerful speeches which will merit rereading, I suspect, for some time to come. My Lords, it is now 2.5 years since the tragic death of a street vendor in Tunisia, Mohamed Bouazizi, which triggered the astonishing train of events across the Arab world. These past 31 months have witnessed uprisings, the overthrow of regimes, the death of dictators, the election of new governments, quickly followed by disillusion with those governments as they failed to meet the expectations of their citizens. And these months have also witnessed the deaths of tens of thousands of men, women and children in Syria. What started in Syria as a political uprising in March 2011, as many noble lords have said, is now increasingly religious. As the conflict enters its 3rd year, Syria's tragedy is that sectarian divisions and religious hatred are fueling the conflict, pitting Syrian against Syrian. We can be certain when we say that Bashar al-Assad is a brutal dictator. But we must also acknowledge and condemn the barbarous acts of cruelty perpetrated by some of the rebel groups. The kidnap of Christians, the wanton killing of Shia, and the gruesome and public murder last month of 15-year-old Mohammed Qatar in Aleppo by Islamic jihadists. These factors should inform our judgment when we consider arming the rebels, some of whom are only 1 or 2 steps away from Al-Qaeda. Syria, like the whole swathes of the Middle East, is awash with weapons, as my noble friends Lord Ashdown and Lord Alderdice have explained. And if we add to these weapons, we can have no guarantee that they would not be exchanged, stolen, or fall into the hands of extremists. And I fear that the belief that the weapons would somehow stay in the hands of secular pro-Western forces, or that they can be tracked, simply wouldn't work in the fog of war, with the utter unpredictability and fast-changing dynamism of events on the ground. Having said all of that, I completely understand I'm in no way critical of those who call for the arming of the rebels, and my noble friend Lord Risby is persuasive in his argument. The natural reaction of anyone observing such appalling bloodshed, in which the death toll is approaching 100,000, is to want to do something. However, I question that arming the rebels is a something we should do. But we cannot just sit on our hands and do nothing, and I believe our actions should be guided by what we can do, energetically, as the noble Lord Alderdice said, and not what we would like to be able to do. We can and must continue to intervene with humanitarian assistance. UNICEF reports that 1.6 million refugees have now fled Syria to neighbouring countries. And as we have already heard, half of these terrified, displaced refugees are children. And here, my Lords, I need to declare a number of interests. I'm a former trustee of UNICEF UK. I chair the Conservative Middle East Council. I'm President of Medical Aid for Palestinians, and I'm the Prime Minister's Trade Envoy to Jordan and the Palestinian territories. Last year, on a visit to the Palestinian refugee camps in Lebanon, I met and spent some time with families who had fled Syria. They were Turkoman, but had ended up in the Palestinian camp of Ain el-Helwa. Their new homes comprised a tin roof and walls made from the cardboard packaging that protects washing machines and fridges. These walls might have afforded some protection in September 2012, but as I witnessed one of the coldest winters in the Levant on my television screen, I often wondered how these kind, hospitable, but bewildered families were surviving. And across the border, the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, with its customary generosity, has once again opened its heart and country to the dispossessed victims of man's struggle against man. In a recent interview with the Al-Sharq al-Awsat newspaper, His Majesty King Abdullah II said, "How can we close the border in the face of a woman carrying an infant and fleeing under shelling?" But he went on to say that he fears Jordan finding herself in a difficult situation and not being able to provide relief for her Syrian brothers and sisters seeking a safe haven in Jordan. The international community must not for 1 minute underestimate the situation the neighbours of Syria find themselves in. I am proud that Britain has already spent £348 million on providing critical assistance to Syria's refugees, making this the UK's largest ever response to a humanitarian disaster. But there is much more to do. As the intensity of the crisis increases in Syria, 53% of the total number of Syrian refugees in Jordan have entered since the beginning of 2013. As of the 15th of June, there were 545,694 Syrian refugees in Jordan. That is 9% of the total population of Jordan. Translating that into UK terms, it is as if a refugee population the size of the number of people living in Scotland had arrived in our country and become our responsibility. That would be massively destabilising to us. Just imagine, as the noble Lord Judd invited us to do, the impact on the Jordanian economy and public services, not to mention the scarce resource of water. So we must do all that we can to support Jordan and all the other countries who have so generously and selflessly opened their borders to the dispossessed. And we must strive with all our diplomatic strength for sanity to prevail. My Lords, before I finish, I wish to turn to another conflicted area where sanity also needs to prevail, and that is Palestine. Whilst the world rightly concentrates on the savagery of events in Syria, we must never forget, nor diminish our efforts, to find a solution to the occupation and oppression of the Palestinian people. The time is rapidly running out for a viable two-state solution, and with it, Palestinian hope for the normality of life that all of us take for granted, and which is a vital component of the stability of Israel. There is so much good work going on to build up civil society and encourage trade, but all efforts now should be on a political solution, and I am very pleased that Secretary of State John Kerry is seized of this, and I do hope that the British government is employing some of that quiet diplomacy of which the noble Baroness Afshar spoke. Palestine and Syria both need the determined will of the international community. As in all conflicts, there cannot be and will not be any outright victor, only a just solution which isolates the most extreme and works to ensure that everyone feels they have a stake in the future.
My Lord, the subject today is the situation in Syria and the Middle East. Naturally, the focus has been on the tragedy of Syria, but in the Middle East itself, the foundations are shaking, and all in the region is connected. There was an apparent stability 5 years ago, with long existing autocratic regimes in Egypt, Syria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, and Yemen. Today, only the monarchies are relatively untouched. Morocco, certainly untouched. Jordan, still relatively stable, although I refer to what the noble lady has said in terms of the very generous reception by the people of Jordan and the king of the refugees. The door is not wholly open because the long-suffering Palestinians in Syria, in the camps, will find that door closed in Jordan because of the fear of destabilizing further the kingdom. That I now, of course, in most countries, the human rights of minorities, particularly, but not only Christians, are more threatened than before. To give a number of reflections, our view of recent events in the Middle East has changed radically. Today it is less fashionable to refer to the Arab Spring. The mood of euphoria in Tahrir Square a year or two ago has been replaced by the demonstrations of yesterday against President Morsi, the new pharaoh. His supporters can only counter that he won the election, didn't he, as if winning elections is sufficient for any democracy. The dilemma, as one experienced analyst wrote of Egypt, with the Muslim Brotherhood, the transition will be difficult. Without them, it will be impossible. The term Arab uprising is now more frequently used, although I understand the US State Department are known to use the term the Arab thing. But even then, all these terms suggest some uniformity in the several countries, when, as we know, one cannot attach one label to so many different national events. Perhaps the one constant is the search for dignity, the loss of deference, and the readiness to challenge authority. We refer to the current phase as transition, but are puzzled as to what. And this search for dignity, this lack of deference, refers not only to the Middle East, but also, of course, to adjoining countries like Turkey, and even, as we've seen, to Brazil. Secondly, honest horizon scanners should recognize that they cannot see beyond the first curve and fail to see that turbulence arising prior to 2008. Yes, there were analyses, fine analyses, of the problems in the Arab world, the search for modernity. I think, for example, of successive UNDP reports in the mid-2000s on human development in the Arab world. The forecasters, however, did not see the speed of events, just as they failed to see the Iranian Revolution prior to 1979. This suggests that our policy planners should proceed in a spirit of humility, and that we should have a certain skepticism about the likely scene in the Middle East in, say, 5 years' time, if we look back 5 years and see the situation at that time. Again, Middle East borders have become more fluid. I enjoyed the article by Lord Williams of Baglan in the recent World Today about those fluidity of borders, perhaps even more artificial, and certainly later than the borders in Africa after the Berlin Congress. That are we creating a new Turkish sphere of influence in the region? We think of the position of the Kurds, dealt a bad hand by history, now with a new dynamic, not only from the Kurdistan regional government in Erbil in northern Iraq, through to Turkey's opening to the PKK. Perhaps this will be ultimately an attempt to recreate the old Ottoman Empire. In even the previously stable Syria, there is talk about an ultimate split, with the Alawites perhaps retreating to their former short-lived post-First World War entity. There is a danger also that conflagration may spread over national boundaries and engulf the whole region. The obvious example is Hezbollah's incursion into Syria as a potential game changer there, and its impact on an already unstable Lebanon. There are skirmishes around the Golan Heights. President Assad may ultimately, in desperation, try to involve Israel in the conflict, but I think objectively Israel has so far shown a masterly restraint. It was the received wisdom, up to say 5 years ago, that Israel and Palestine were at the heart of all conflicts in the Middle East. But that dispute is surely hardly related to the current turmoil. No Israeli flags were burnt in Tahrir Square. Perhaps, therefore, this is a good time for attempting to restart negotiations. Secretary Kerry has been extremely active in this pre-negotiation phase, and there were rumours of an Israeli settlement freeze again, and the freeing of some Palestinian prisoners. But Palestinian divisions remain as to the giant obstacles of refugees and, above all, Jerusalem. It would be interesting to have the judgment of the government on the current prospects for the peace process. I've said that forward planning is generally difficult. It is nowhere more so than in Syria. Commentators refer to a sea change over the past year. At the time, a year ago, the rebels were largely nationalists, secular, and DIY. They have been replaced by a more professional, more hard line, including international jihadists. Hence the problem of arms supply, which so many noble lords have touched upon. It is rumoured that the US may begin to supply lethal arms within a month. The Prime Minister and Foreign Secretary give the impression of wanting to follow and are edging in that direction. The blunt truth is surely this, that the readiness to intervene for humanitarian purposes is cyclical. It arose after the Chicago speech of Prime Minister Blair in 1998, was it? Followed through in some successes in Sierra Leone, yes, Libya, but then we had Afghanistan and we had Iraq, and there is no appetite now, as a result, in our Parliament or in the country for such intervention at the moment. I concede, however, that the mood could change if there were a major use of chemical weapons by the regime, for example. If we arm the rebels, we will do so by proxy. And of course, it is most unlikely that arms supply would necessarily shorten the conflict, as the Russians and Iranians would only possibly step up their own supply in response. Amid the swirling uncertainties, what, my lords, is the appropriate response of the UK and the West, with paralysis at the UN Security Council and a relative stalemate on the battlefield? The starting point is surely the recognition that we have a limited influence on events. No longer can we intervene and redraw boundaries as we did during the Sykes-Picot area. This is, I concede, hardly a moral stand, to stand on the sidelines with one's arms folded. But we must have a more cautious agenda, must search for ways where we can positively help at the margins. And it is, of course, the humanitarian crisis which is of most immediate concern. Jordan, as has been said, is in danger of being overwhelmed by refugees. My understanding is that we in the UK, the government, have responded most impressively. And it would be helpful to have perhaps an update on the extent to which other countries have failed to live up to the obligations which they made at Kuwait and afterwards. It's true that the refugee crisis in the short term is likely to worsen as the government forces appear to have a new momentum after Qusair. Consistent with our values, we must help in democracy building and in the protection of minorities. Christians are clearly the major losers in this. Finally, the political end, we should seek to mediate in a region where it is an atmosphere, a spirit of winner takes all. It is an existential threat for President Assad. We must recognize the interests of and work with both Russia and, of course, Iran, and reject the French attempt to exclude Iran from Geneva too. The latest news from Geneva is disappointing in the extreme, as perhaps Assad seeks to improve his negotiating position on the battlefield. I accept that the extreme dilemmas face us in responding. I have an awful feeling, my lords, that the situation will get worse before it gets better, that the Syria which emerges will, even if it is united, will be more unstable, and overall the Middle East will pose a greater risk to ourselves and to the interests of the West.
My Lords, I can't quite make up my mind whether there's an advantage or disadvantage to speak at this stage in the debate. I shall probably discover by the time I sit down, but particularly after so many remarkable speeches. And I'm very glad to follow the noble Lord Anderson, who has a great feel for foreign policy not least the Middle East, and who always have something distinctive to say on these matters. My Lords, it was 66 years ago, age 10, that I first went to the Middle East. I landed on the Nile by flying boat and went down the Nile by steamer to my parents in Khartoum. I had always hoped when I had the privilege of being sent here that I'd like the title Luce of Khartoum, but Gordon unfortunately beat me to it. My Lords, in those 66 years, we all know how the Middle East has been a continual theatre of conflict. The Arab-Israel wars, the Western interventions in countries like Iraq, and the civil wars of many of those countries. Today, however, we face a highly toxic cocktail of very dangerous proportions. One might almost think, in terms of Syria, of a poisonous Molotov cocktail. This great cross-fertilization of several developments starting in Syria in 2011, of the Arab Spring type uprising that started the challenge to the Assad dictatorship, followed by repression, followed by civil war, followed by challenge to the secular regime, developing into, as we've heard so much in this debate, a sectarian religious conflict, principally but not wholly, of Sunni and Shia type, exacerbating in the region as a whole the Sunni-Shia tensions. We take, for example, the country of Bahrain, where the tensions were already very strong between the Shia and the Sunni, and this has exacerbated the tensions there. Now, those who are historians will know better than me that going back to the 16th and 17th centuries, the Sunni Ottoman Empire and the Iranian Safavid Empire, one Sunni, the other Shia, fought each other for a long time, and it had an extremely debilitating effect upon both those areas. Just as religious wars in Europe have done the same, the Roman Catholic and the Protestant feuds in Northern Ireland, and so on. On top of that, we have exploitation by proxy support, as we've heard so much today, Russia and Iran supported by Hezbollah in favour of Assad. And here I pose a question: have we rather underestimated the determination of Russia and Iran to give their backing to Assad? And by contrast, Saudi Arabia and Qatar supporting the official, and not the official, just the official, Syrian opposition. And thus, as we've heard again so often today, Syria, with over 100,000 deaths, awash with arms. Goodness, when we talk about arms, this is not what we need to talk about in the Middle East. It's flooded with arms. The danger of fragmentation of that country and the exploitation by extremist offshoots of Al-Qaeda, producing in turn this massive humanitarian crisis with over 7 million people in desperate need. Following from that to the destabilizing of the neighboring regimes, particularly Jordan, Iraq, Lebanon, and Turkey. And then on top of that, the ambitions of the Iranian theocracy, flexing their muscles, trying to establish themselves as a big power in the region and to have more influence, dreaming perhaps of former great empires, Persian empires, and with deep mistrust, very deep mistrust of the United States and of the United Kingdom as well, developing nuclear capability as a symbol of their virility and seen by Israel, quite understandably, as a serious threat. Balanced, however, by the one positive sign that has been spoken about today, the election of Rouhani as president, who is, of course, a solid supporter of the supreme leader, but hopefully a little more flexible, who said encouragingly the other day, "I have a key, not an axe, and we have to live in hope." And then we add to that, in the Middle East as a whole, the important Arab nations like Egypt struggling to find their way forward towards some kind of democracy, with serious tensions between the secular political leaders and the Muslim Brotherhood, and the army sitting in the background. And meanwhile, Palestine, Israel, simmers and stagnates. No will, no leadership on either side to find a solution, becoming more and more potentially explosive, Palestinians failing to unite, Israelis settling on more Palestinian land, making the two-state solution more and more difficult. And if only to add one more issue in the region, the rapidly changing influence of outside powers. Obama, now understandably reluctant to get involved anymore in the Middle Eastern quagmires, the European Union divided, the United Kingdom wanting to punch above our weight against its gradual loss of weight, Russia, with Putin, who is under threat, flexing his muscles, metaphorically and actually as well, wanting to demonstrate its power and to protect its interests in Syria and its energy interests in the Mediterranean. And finally, as Lord Howe got across so strongly, China becoming more and more dependent on Middle Eastern oil, and therefore more and more an important power in the Middle East. So, my lords, in these circumstances, what should we be doing? And I think we have to start by accepting that we can play a role, but it's more modest and selective than it has been in the past. And I, like everybody else, almost every other speaker, I think, am not convinced that sending arms to the official Syrian opposition would do anything other than help to escalate the conflict and the fighting. There is, I believe, no military solution whatsoever to the Middle East, to the Syrian problem. And therefore we should concentrate on one thing which I believe the government are doing extremely well, which is humanitarian support on a very big scale. And secondly, to shore up where we can with our allies and stabilise the neighbouring countries, particularly of Jordan and of Lebanon. And thirdly, like others, I agree that we should give strong support to a political negotiation leading to a transition and what we would hope would be an achievable and realistic post-conflict political agreement, learning, if we can, the lessons of Iraq and using all our skills in diplomacy and our experience. We should engage very fully and strongly with our friends in the Gulf, who we will need, and we should engage, if we can, in my view, with Iran. We cannot ignore Iran. Iran has an important role to play in the Middle East. It's better that it should be constructive. And I hope that at Geneva, Iran will take part. And therefore, we should use our soft power, our skills, as best as possible to engage, as the Prime Minister is doing, with Russia, and much more fully with China, to try and find a way forward. And finally, we should, I agree with my noble friend Lord Hannay, we should do what we can to support Mr. Kerry, the Secretary of State, in his efforts in Palestine and in Israel to try to move towards a two-state solution and try to find a more secure future for the Palestinians and the Israelis, becoming all the more important because of the crisis in Syria. And so, my lords, I take the view that we must play our part, draw on all our experience in the Middle East, but be realistic about our post-imperial role in the region.
My lords, it's a privilege but also a little daunting to be the backbench tail-end Charlie on this one, particularly as I lack the colourful upbringing of the noble Lord Luce. The first thing perhaps I should say is that doing nothing in Syria is simply not an option. Not with so many dead and with so much at stake. We have a humanitarian interest in seeking a solution, and we also have a very great self-interest in a solution. But we also have a responsibility. We played a direct role in so many of the emerging problems of the region, where the frontiers were drawn with a remarkably unbending ruler in London and Paris. We used to pursue a policy of divide and rule, and in recent years, under the Prime Minister Blair, we seem to have pursued a policy of meddle and muddle. We armed Saddam Hussein, then we deposed him. We even armed Osama bin Laden when he was fighting the Soviets. We were great friends once with the Iranians, and then we became great enemies. And so it went on. We have a pretty awful track record at picking winners, and we have no more prospect of being able to pick a winner from amongst the maelstrom of opposition groups in Syria than monkeys have of writing Shakespeare. That's why arming rebels on our own or as part of an exclusively Western coalition is hopeless. Blind optimism of an order worthy of Mr. Blair. We need a broader coalition and a broader vision, with vision enough to recognise that even though many of us distance ourselves from the former Prime Minister's fixation with remodelling the Middle East, much of the rest of the world sees no such distinction and simply sees an old imperialist country still up to its wicked tricks, as my noble friend Lord Bates so colourfully illustrated earlier. We keep drawing lines in the sand, and what do we find when we cross them? Nothing but more sand. Yet past failures, and there have been so many, don't mean we should do nothing. If there is no solution to be found by entering the lottery of Syrian opposition groups, neither is there any solution in simply washing our hands. And Syria is not an isolated case. This debate is right to set it in the context of the wider Middle East, which inevitably brings us to the issue of Israel and Palestine. And here I take a slightly different view, perhaps, from the noble Lord Turnberg and the noble Lord Anderson, inasmuch as that conflict is connected, inasmuch as it helps ignite extremism throughout the Middle East and inflames hugely the distrust of the West. And my lords, future generations will look in bewilderment at how we allowed that situation to continue. Let me take just one small example, the Gaza Strip. A territory so small that my noble friend the Minister and I could walk around it in a day, 25 miles long, for most of its length just 3.5 miles wide, and we could make every single inhabitant rich beyond their wildest dreams for a fraction of the treasure we have wasted in trying to resolve this problem. And yet it still grows worse, deliberately made worse by men of evil intent. On the other side of that equation, Israel is our friend. We support it. Yet we watch as Palestinians are beaten and kicked from their homes to enable Israeli settlers to illegally occupy further stretches of Palestinian territory. I read that the new American Secretary of State is optimistic about moving forward on a settlement there, yet I also read that hopes for a two-state settlement are rapidly fading. We shall see. Nothing is simple. My lords, we have a right to be involved in such issues. And after all, we had a role in causing the problems in the first place. So while again supporting the absolute and inherent right of Israel to security and peace, could my noble friend in her response assure us that if Israel were to retreat from a two-state solution to a one-state solution, that the British government would deem it absurd and unacceptable if that solution was sought on any other basis than one man, one vote? My lords, if we are to push for stability and moderation in the Middle East, we must expect our friends in Israel to listen to us too. We have a right to be involved in such issues, so while once again supporting the inherent right of Israel, we must expect common sense and balance from her too. We will need to talk not only to Israel but also to our friends in the Middle East, to our other friends in the Middle East, and also to those who are not our friends, those we dislike and those that we openly distrust. Not just to our friends in the Gulf states and elsewhere, and to the Arab League, to Israel, Saudi, Qatar, Turkey, Russia, China, there's such a long list, but also to the extremists, and even to some we regard as terrorists, even as the noble Lord Williams suggested, to Assad himself. After all, if we can talk to the Taliban, is anyone off limits? In these exceptionally challenging circumstances, I believe that the Prime Minister is doing an exceptional job. He's clearly cautious about sending arms to Syria and should remain so. He's increasing our humanitarian aid. He's travelling far and wide in search of common ground. And he will, I'm sure, be keeping a very close eye on developments in Iran. And as the noble Lord Howell in his fascinating remarks has suggested, it's time to bring Russia and China in from the cold. And the Prime Minister is I'm sure, will be taking great note of what he said. Most of all, he'll be looking at security at home, I trust, in the sobering knowledge that although past governments' policy in the Middle East was built on the overriding objective of making this country safe, so far it appears to have failed. My Lords, there's so much to say and so little time to say it in, and I don't want to stretch the patience of the House. So, a closing plea. Syria must not be more of the same. It should mark a new and a more mature understanding of what we in this country might achieve. There is no exclusively Western solution to this crisis. There might be a regional solution, and that would require the support and understanding of a variety of powers from around the world. A multipolar solution in a multipolar world. And in that, my Lords, we might just find not only a challenge that will be formidable and daunting, but also liberating opportunity.
My Lords, I thank Baroness Swazi for facilitating this very timely debate, and her strong statement on humanitarian aid was particularly welcome, although, like the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Truro, I am concerned about the effectiveness and want to ensure that it is completely effective. I think a point also emphasised by Baroness Morris of Bolton in her speech. The extent of the geography and the differences of analysis was always going to make this a diffuse debate, a debate where it's perhaps hard to find focus, save for the focus that there has inevitably been on Syria. My Lords, I start by endorsing in straightforward terms the words of my noble friend Lord Wood at the beginning about arms to rebels. It was analysed in some detail by Lord Ashton, and he did it with great insight, and may I just say for simplicity's sake how strongly I agree with him, even if that causes him any discomfort. We need, as Lord Wood also said, to understand the history of the region. I share Lord Williams of Baglan's sense of urgency. I share Lord Howell's view that we are not in a position to do nothing, repeated a moment ago by Lord Dodds. And I also encourage the Minister to respond to my noble friend Lord Morris of Aberavon's comments, which should be addressed, I think, tonight on some of the legalities. But I'm in the same position tonight, I think, as my noble friend Lord Anderson. I aim tonight for perhaps a wider regional appraisal, and I apologise in advance to my noble friend Lord Turnberg if I don't focus on Israel and Palestine tonight. It's a similar starting point to that which was taken by Baroness Afshar. What is striking across Syria, through Lebanon, in Iran and still more in Iraq, through several of the Gulf states, on both sides of the Horn of Africa, across North Africa and deep into the Sahara, north of and in Mali, we are witnessing a harsh sectarian war within Islam. Fronts in a war, I think Lord Ashton described it as a short while ago. Lord Sheikh has also focused on this, and Lord Haney focused quite rightly, in my view, on how these events have demonstrated some of the United Nations' failures in getting a proper grip to it in the Security Council. The great paradox historically, of course, is that Islam was a religion historically marked by greater pluralist tolerance than a great many others. Yet now we see, on many fronts, a widespread war between Sunnis and Shia and subsects within each of those great traditions. Tragically, the sectarian divide is in some places now sectarian barbarism. In Syria, the Shia Alawites target Sunnis with the undeniable help of the Iranian Shia, including the Revolutionary Guard and Lebanese Hezbollah. In Egypt, Sunnis launch lynch mobs against small Shia communities, encouraged by Salafist clerics attacking Shia people as infidels. Extreme Salafists have entered Syria. The Syrian opposition ranges in a bewildering way from the secular to Al-Qaeda affiliates, and similar confrontational fronts can be seen right across the whole of the region. But I think, my lords, it is surely not adequate to see this just as a series of theological clashes, a point that was made earlier. It is also clear that in several states, minority clans have exercised or exercise power to the exclusion of the social, economic and religious rights of majority clans. Assad, Saddam, the Bahrainian al-Khalifas oppress whoever constitute the majorities. And in some cases, like the Egyptian and Saudi majority Sunnis, they oppress smaller Shia minorities. Almost all now oppress also Christians and members of other religions across the Middle East, in North and West Africa, and indeed in some senses as far away as Pakistan. But unless this should be thought to be simply a matter of what is happening within Islam, there seem to me also to be similarities with Buddhist oppression of Muslims and other minorities in Southeast Asia. It really cannot be a contest over obscure or ancient disputes of religious legitimacy. For venal leaders holding on to power, what it is about is holding on to power. For wider populations blighted by poverty, illiteracy, untreated disease, struggling for scarce power and resources, struggling for a sustainable existence, religious difference becomes a symbolic sheen to legitimate brutal struggle. The enemy is far more easily stereotyped as the other. It is a dreadful but handy way of designating people, even neighbours, as enemies in life's harshest competitions, treating them as subhumans in setting the way for fulfilling the aspirations of particular groups, modern aspirations in some cases, but even aspirations among some to go back to pre-modernity. So how do we make sense of it? What should we aim to do about it? Perhaps we should start with an unashamed question for us in the United Kingdom. Baroness Wazi, I think, opened with this proposition in effect. What is the United Kingdom's interest? Lord Luce, like Lord Luce, I'm keen to understand whether we are confident in answering that question, in particular in our assessment of Russian positions. The answer for the United Kingdom should never be cynical, should never neglect the interests of people where we share a United Nations explicit duty to protect, a duty we share with others, but where we have the highest expectation of ourselves and of our allies. Our first interest, the precondition for the best, is assisting countries to become stable, making them less likely to morph into failed states harbouring people who in turn mean us harm. Lord Howe's analysis of the extent of that instability is one that I share. Of course, we prefer the fully fledged path to democracy, social inclusion and the rule of law, however tortuous these paths. Today, Egypt comes back to the top of our agenda, or it certainly should do. At 4:07 today, whilst we were debating, the Egyptian army announced that in 48 hours it will sort things out, confirmed at 16:53 as being an ultimatum. In a previous debate in your Lordship's House, I started by saying that it was risky to speak at all, to guess what would happen even in the duration of a speech. I got a note halfway through that debate saying that Mubarak had gone. Who knows what the rest of today holds for this important and complex country? Huge demonstrations, deaths at the storming of the Muslim Brotherhood headquarters, the prospects which I've just related of what may be a coup. First, it is clear that the steps towards economic regeneration have not been taken as promised. An unemployed youth, an underemployed middle class, and a poor risk profile for investment are signals of failure. Things do take time, but there needs to be evidence of a route map and milestones. Second, while few would want may want democratic elections to be routinely overturned, as may be happening at the moment, President Morsi has surely to grasp that he cannot rule exclusively for the Muslim Brotherhood and generate viable economic conditions if he does so. Third, he cannot aim to dominate all state and many non-state institutions. Let me tell the House of what I think is a non-trivial but strange example. Mr. Morsi ruled in the last few days that he would field, if necessary, and impose Muslim Brotherhood candidates for the boards of all the major football clubs, starting with those in Cairo, snuffing out even the most elementary pluralism, and this has resulted in a petition for his resignation attracting 15 million signatures, 2 million more people than voted for him a year ago. We are seeing perhaps a return of Mubarak's authoritarianism with an anti-secular twist. With the exception of a few organisations, I fear that there is little attempt to encourage civic participation and strengthen civic society. My Lords, economically, no investment is going to come in, according to the World Bank, which states boldly that the ease of doing business in Egypt, I quote them, is that it's a bad place to start any business. Tax reform, protectionism, state control shackle all of the prospects. A sharp contrast in many ways with Tunisia, which has begun to develop those economic prospects in a serious way. Does the government plan to host or participate in any conferences to create the right economic conditions which might stimulate the prospects of those countries? My Lords, it would be futile in the course of a debate this evening to range over Libya and where there may be rather more promise, or indeed Mali, which for several days was the absolute focus of attention of this House, but has scarcely been mentioned ever since. But what we do see, in I think every one of these cases, is the need for an economic platform to be developed, for the opportunities for pluralism to go alongside it. My Lords, briefly, of course, I have to return to Syria against a backdrop of the huge caution which has been expressed in this House about what to do given the complexities. The prospect is simply of a failed state on the borders of the United Kingdom's closest allies in the region, Turkey, Israel and Jordan, and indeed potentially of Palestine, at the very heart of the Middle East. Strategically, we need a stable transition from Assad's dictatorship, and so do the Syrian people. I fully acknowledge Lord Risby's long-term reflections on this and his analysis of what the present position with Mr. Assad is. So far as we judged risks up till now, they outweighed intervention. We responded with caution. We recognise the fragmented opposition is exclusively a Sunni club and not a club capable of a balanced Syrian settlement. We are witnessing a death spiral into chaos. Uncontrolled fragmentation means an unending civil war, and that, of course, is unsustainable for everybody. It has already spilled over, as many noble lords have said, into its neighbours. It knows no borders. It emboldens Iran, which may or may not be in a state of change, and I share Lord Hanna's and Lord Lucy's hopes, but who knows, and Hezbollah to everyone's strategic detriment. Lebanon is now absolutely and directly involved in the war. AQ has one of its most potent fighting machines embedded in the region. This isn't Bosnia, of course it isn't, but there are some comparisons. President Clinton finally intervened when 100,000 Bosnian men, women and children had died, more or less the figure that we see in Syria today. The UN Arab League forecasts now that 100,000 deaths are likely to occur just in 2013 if Assad proceeds with impunity. A more active policy is therefore inevitable, and doing too little will simply grow the crisis to too great a proportion. President Putin, plainly unimpressed by what the Canadian Prime Minister called the G7+1 summit, must surely work urgently with Secretary Kerry to create a national platform, bringing together all the legitimate ethnic and religious leaders. Lord Howe said the common global response was what was needed, and that is plainly what they must work for. And the process needs Russia, China, Turkey, the key Arab and European states, and consideration, as Lord Wood suggested, is needed about whether Iranian involvement would help. It must consider first how to protect civilians, minorities, the vulnerable and its neighbours. It must get control of the chemical and other unacceptable weapons. It must design transitional governance and justice and safeguard humanitarian work. I doubt that preconditions, even about a tyrant like Assad, are likely to appeal to President Putin. And his help is absolutely right. Lord Williams was right. It's not a risk worth running to exclude or to suggest to the Russians we've taken no account of it, particularly as Lord Ashdown made the point about the preoccupations they will have with their own southern borders and the character of struggles there. Success to me would look like security sector reform, disarmament, reintegration of combatants, improved governance, dates for elections, economic recovery and reconstruction scheduled to start. I do draw in this on Richard Holbrooke's experience. Before Dayton and during Dayton, the least worst outcomes, even if they do artificially create within a country smaller but secure and economically viable entities, may be the only solution with which people can live with some prospects. The opposition may indeed have indulged in terrible violence, I believe it has, but that can no longer be any kind of excuse for anyone, including for President Assad. A murderous regime has to understand there is no victory that is followed that way by impunity, no freedom to fly and bomb civilians to extinction. The Security Council, and certainly its permanent members, should not provide any further means to fly or protect flights until Geneva II has been called, has negotiated and has concluded. And should be no long-term recognition of any regime which simply proceeds by violence. My Lords, I say this because priority must be given to the negotiations, and no negotiation is an unthinkable course of action. And that means there can be no one-sided flow of weapons, and even with credible monitoring, I suspect that that would be a huge difficulty, and we might as well be candid about it, because there is no control over events on the ground in a way that would be, I suspect, tolerable to us. The priority for the United Kingdom government and for our allies and for our interests is how can we promote Geneva II urgently? How can we add not just to the pressure for Geneva II, but for the background work which is essential to make it successful? What process do we envisage as the urgent consequence of the G8 at the United Nations and elsewhere? Country by country, my Lords, it is measurable goals of political and vital economic progress that will build the United Kingdom's security in that region.
My Lords, I'm grateful to the House for hosting this very timely and important debate on the situation in Syria and the Middle East, and I'll try and answer the many questions in a timely way. I'm grateful for the insightful and moving contributions made over the course of our discussions, including from the opposition front bench, but especially the contributions of the Noble Lord, Lord Wright of Richmond, my noble friend Lord Risby, and my noble friend Lord Dobbs, and the broader contribution on faith, identity and international impacts from the Noble Lord, Lord Desai, and the Noble Baroness Lady Afshar. And my noble friend Lady Morris is right that many interventions merit a reread, and I will certainly be encouraging those of us at the Foreign Office dealing with the Syria and the wider region to do that. It's important that this House continues to consider the deteriorating situation in Syria, its wider regional impact and how the UK has responded. And of course, we are privileged in being able to draw on the extensive experience of so many noble lords here today, and we enjoyed a wide-ranging discussion on the motion. The noble and learned Lord Morris of Aberavon asked whether or not the House would have a say before any decision was made in relation to the arming of the opposition. Let me repeat what the Foreign Secretary said in a statement in the Commons on the 18th of June. We would not want to pursue any aspect of our policy on this issue against the will of the House of Commons. That is neither feasible nor desirable. So, of course, we have made clear that there would be a vote. I have also made it clear that we would expect it to be before any such decision was put into action. I can tell my noble friend Lord Alderdice that I have asked officials for options in the event that this House is in recess. I will ensure that the comments of the noble Lord are considered in this process. And as ever, I'm grateful for his clarity on this issue, and I will report back to the House either in writing or at this dispatch box when a decision is taken. As the Minister with responsibility for Foreign Office business in this House, I've been particularly focused on these issues and felt it was important to gauge your Lordship's view and to keep the noble Lords and this House informed. And I thank noble Lords, including the noble Lord Hannay of Chiswick, for what has been a wide and in-depth contribution, and also for the kind comments made by my noble friend Lord Bates. It's amazing how coffee can keep you going even after Afghanistan and Pakistan. If I may, I'd like to take a few moments to recap the government's policy towards the complex situation in Syria and the Middle East, and the ways and types of assistance that we are already providing to the Syrian people. Syria remains at the very top of the government's foreign policy agenda. We are firm in our belief that the conflict and the suffering of the Syrian people will only come to an end through a negotiated settlement. We have therefore continued to escalate our assistance in order to achieve this goal. In response to the dire humanitarian situation faced by Syrians displaced inside Syria and as refugees in neighbouring countries, we have set out our largest ever funding commitment for a humanitarian disaster. I can assure the Right Reverend Prelate the Bishop of Truro that we will remain committed. Our total contribution now stands at $348 million, and that sends a clear signal to the Syrian people that they can count on the UK's continuing support. At the same time, we have used our platform as hosts of the recent G8 summit to urge our international partners to commit to humanitarian assistance on a similar scale and to urge funds committed to be paid. The noble Lord Anderson of Swansea asked about countries failing to make a contribution. The UN humanitarian appeal is for $5.2 billion. It's its largest appeal in history. The UK, US and EU have been the largest contributors to this appeal, but we agree others need to do more. That is why the Foreign Secretary urged ministers at the Friends of Syria meeting on the 22nd of June to increase their contributions to the UN appeal, including lobbying Saudi Arabia, Qatar and the UAE. We have also committed large amounts of assistance to Syria's neighbours who are experiencing great economic strains and political tensions due to the conflict spilling over. Regional peace and security are important in containing the conflict, reducing the threat of extremism and ultimately helping to bring the conflict to a close. And I can tell the noble Lord Wood that both Jordan and Lebanon are playing a vital humanitarian role, and we are providing assistance not only to help alleviate the humanitarian crisis, but the side effects of it too, and we're supporting projects to help maintain stability in the region. A political solution to the crisis would allow millions of civilians who have fled across the border to escape the conflict to safely return to their homes. However, the Syrian regime continues to block access to humanitarian agencies seeking to deliver relief in government-controlled areas, as well as preventing the UN Commission of Inquiry from investigating the human rights situation on the ground. We will continue alongside our international partners to call upon the Syrian regime to allow humanitarian agencies and investigative bodies immediate and unfettered access. My noble friend Lord Ashdown gave us his extensive experience. He focused in on the issue between arms and diplomacy. I can assure him that the UK is fully committed to a political process. We are putting all our weight behind the US, Russia, UN convened Geneva II conference. And I think both he and the Noble Lord Wood of Anfield asked about what efforts were being put in place. I can assure Noble Lords that huge efforts are being put in place to bring people to the negotiating table, to get a coherent and representative opposition, to ensure that we work with an opposition that abides by international human rights standards, and to get like-minded people around that table to move this process further. We do believe that a political solution is the best way forward, indeed the only way forward. This matter will not be resolved on the battlefield. My noble friend, Lady Faulkner...
I'm so grateful to her, and thank her for that answer, which was extremely helpful, not less than I thought it would be, by the way. But I asked a specific question about Saudi Arabia and Qatar. Is there anything being done to try and persuade them, either bilaterally or multilaterally, through the UN, through the EU and with our American friends, to desist from arming the jihadists?
I have made notes further down, but could I possibly come to it in a few moments? My noble friend Lady Faulkner, the noble Lord Wood, and my noble friend, again my noble friend Lord Ashdown, spoke about considerations in relation to arming the opposition. Our practical assistance so far has been entirely non-lethal, and we will continue to support the moderate opposition and Syrian civil society wherever possible as they develop into what we believe is a credible alternative to the Assad regime. However, the lifting of the EU arms embargo now does give us greater flexibility to act if action is needed. But noble lords can rest assured that any decision will be put to a vote in the other place, and we would not want to pursue any aspect of this policy against the House's will. Our policy sends a clear signal to the Assad regime that it must negotiate seriously, and that we will do all we can to ensure the forthcoming Geneva II conference is successful in trying to bring the conflict to an end. In relation to the conditions, if we were to consider sending arms to the opposition, when the Foreign Affairs Council agreed to end the EU arms embargo and return decisions on arms provision to Member States on the 27th of May, Ministers also agreed a framework of safeguards to guide those Member States which might decide to provide arms. Arms can only be sent to the national coalition. They should be intended for the protection of civilians. There should be safeguards to ensure delivery to the right hands, and existing obligations under the EU common practice for arms export remain in place. And of course, legal constraints such as the United Nations Security Council resolutions in relation to, for example, Al-Qaeda remain in place, preventing the supply of equipment to known terrorist organisations. But, my Lords, I repeat again, the government's position remains that the only way to achieve this is via a negotiated political settlement. It is, however, for the Syrian people to negotiate how that transition happens and agree the makeup of a transitional government that can win the consent of all Syrians. We are therefore working closely with the opposition and urging them to commit to and prepare for Geneva II as a way of pursuing their goals and achieving political transition. It is a bold and difficult decision for the opposition to make, but one that merits that risk. The Noble Lord Williams of Baglan spoke about representation in the opposition. We have recognised that the Syrian National Coalition as the sole legitimate representatives of the Syrian people. The coalition is committed to expanding its membership. This was discussed recently, including representation of all groups in Syria. I welcome his expertise and will ensure that officials feed into planning the concerns that he raised in relation to Lebanon and potential evacuation. A number of noble lords raised the issue of Saudi, Qatar, Iran, China and Russia. Let me try and address these. My noble friend Lord Howell of Guildford asked about bringing Russia and China to a more constructive position. It's no secret that China and Russia have differing views on how best to handle the situation in Russia, but I think we all share fundamental aims to end the conflict, to stop Syria fragmenting, and to let the Syrian people decide who governs them, and to prevent the growth of violent extremism. We are intensifying our diplomatic efforts with all members of the UN Security Council. As the conflict escalates, the threat to regional and international security increases. As the Prime Minister and President Putin discussed at the G8, We and Russia are on the same page about the need to end the conflict. But as we near a peace conference in Geneva, we will step up our engagement with Russia and China to ensure the process stands the best chance of a successful outcome. The Noble Lord Wright asked about whether the differences were insurmountable and the prospects for the success in the conference. Intensive efforts are going on as to the details of what could be decided at that conference. It's inevitable that there will be challenges, but the UN Secretary General has stressed that the three parties are committed to convening the conference as soon as possible. We continue to actively engage and support the efforts of Lakhdar Brahimi, the UN Arab League Peace Envoy. The Foreign Secretary spoke with Mr Brahimi last month on preparations for the Geneva conference and reiterated our strong support for him and indeed his office. My noble friend Lord Ashdown and indeed the noble Lord Wright asked about countries who could be providing funds which could get into the hands of extremists. We're working alongside the US and the allies through the Friends of Syria core group, which includes Saudi Arabia and Qatar and Turkey. At the most recent meeting attended by the Foreign Secretary in Doha on the 22nd of June, core group ministers expressed concerns over the growing sectarian nature of the conflict in Syria and the radicalising risks that accompany such developments to regional and international security. Ministers from all those countries agreed at that meeting the urgent need to support and build the capacity of the moderate Syrian opposition, including supporting the National Coalition and its Supreme Military Council in efforts to save the lives of ordinary citizens. The Friends of Syria group, Noble Lords may be aware, was created in response to the Russian and Chinese veto on the Security Council resolution. Its first meeting took place last year in February in Tunisia. 114 nations have at various times now attended the Friends of Syria meetings, but the core group of 11, which includes the UK, the US, Egypt, France, Germany, Italy, Jordan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Turkey and the UAE, meet on a much more regular basis, and the concerns that were raised by the Noble Lord Ashdown and others are discussed there. The Noble Lord Wood, the Noble Lord Luce and others asked about Iran's participation in negotiations. It was anticipated that those who participated in Geneva 1 would participate in Geneva 2, and of course Iran did not, but no decision has been made, and we're still working through the details of the Geneva 2 conference with international partners. The government, my noble friend Lord Howell and indeed the noble Lord Hilton raised the change of president in Iran. The government, of course, hopes that following Dr. Rouhani's election, Iran will take up the opportunity of a new relationship with the international community by making every effort, for example, to reach a negotiated settlement on the nuclear issue, and of course adopt a more constructive position on Syria. We will keep an open mind, but we will judge Iran by its actions, not its words. The Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Truro, asked about Assad's departure. As the Foreign Secretary said, Assad's departure is not a precondition for the Geneva talks, but when considering a transitional government that can win the consent of all Syrians, it's very hard to imagine how Assad could be part of it. The UK position on Assad is that he has lost legitimacy and therefore must step aside if we are to get a solution which the Syrian people can buy into. But ultimately it's for the Syrian people to negotiate how transition happens and agree the makeup of a transitional government that can win the consent of the Syrian people. The Noble Lord Ashdown, my noble friend Lord Risby, asked about concerns about the National Coalition. We had those concerns too, and it's why we raised them. And on the 20th of April, the National Coalition has declared its commitment to democracy, to ethnic and religious pluralism, and the rule of law. Concerns around discrimination and extremism. It has also declared it would guard against the proliferation of any supplied lethal equipment and will return such equipment at the end of the conflict, and confirm that the Supreme Military Council operates under the civilian authority of the coalition. Allowing supply of equipment to an organised body which adheres to acceptable values lowers the risk of diversion and misuse in comparison to a more general lifting of the arms embargo. But clearly we must ensure that the national coalition makes good the commitments that it gives. The Noble Lord Turnberg and the Noble Lord Anderson again raised the Middle East peace process. We welcome Prime Minister Netanyahu's and President Abbas's clear commitment to a two-stage solution and to work to achieve peace for the Israeli and Palestinian people. We believe both leaders are genuine partners for peace, and we have seen no evidence that the Syrian conflict has affected President Abbas's commitment to peace. It is vital that both show the bold, decisive leadership that allows the United States' efforts to succeed. The events of the Arab Spring, particularly the threat posed by the conflict in Syria, make the need for progress even more pressing. The consequences of the current efforts not succeeding for Israelis and Palestinians and the wider region could be very severe. We must be and of course we continue to support the efforts of Secretary Kerry. The Noble Lord Morris asked a question which was repeated many times. Are we confident that any action that we take is right and is a step forward towards peace? I can assure Noble Lords that all our efforts are focused on seeking a political solution. There are no easy decisions, but the international community cannot stand still in the face of what is happening in Syria, and our policy has to move forward to prevent the loss of life in Syria. But this is not a choice between diplomacy and practical assistance to the opposition. The two efforts are interlinked in order to bring about a political transition. As we move towards more active efforts to save lives, we will coordinate our response with international partners and will consider the risks of all options before moving forward. My Lords, in conclusion, our priority must be to proactively pursue political solution to bring this terrible conflict to a close. The millions of Syrians who are now refugees as a result of the conflict constitute an urgent humanitarian crisis. A negotiated settlement would help alleviate this crisis, which continues to deteriorate. We must be proactive in responding to an increasingly desperate humanitarian situation by continuing to push a political settlement which would allow millions of refugees to return home, reduce the growing threat of extremism to the UK itself, and stem the tide of spreading regional instability. We will work in every way we can to ensure that the perpetrators of human rights violations and war crimes are held to account. It is clear that there are no risk-free options ahead to choose from. However, I strongly believe that an inclusive Syrian-led political process is the best way to bring an end to the bloodshed and minimise the threat to peace and security in the wider region. My Lord, Syria and our response is an issue with which every day we grapple with in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. We take each step with much consideration, looking at all potential options. On a very personal level, my Lords, my own historic anti-war positions are no secret. But every day I learn that holding a Stop the War banner and shouting from outside King's Charles Street is much easier than sitting inside grappling with deciding the least worst option. I thank Noble Lords for informing my thinking. Once more, I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to. As many of that opinion will say content. The contrary not content. The contents have it.
Lord Hannay of Chiswick.